a sort of funny relationship with Airbus. I despise them. Oh, I was climbing so much. I've literally got my nose full down. Again, I'm no Airbus guy. I hate Airbus. I'm going to skip another Airbus one because I don't like Airbus. Here we go. In an Airbus. Fantastic. Great. Wonderful. It's an Airbus, it shouldn't let me bank over a certain point anyway. Oh no! Go on! Eject. Come full up. Oh! You overstressed the aircraft and caused critical damage. That's it. I'm done. No more Airbus. Right. Let's try the Airbus again. Oh gosh, the Airbus feels very strange. Come on, bus. I can do Airbus. Look, I'll put it in climb. No. And now it should maintain the speed, shouldn't it? No. Unbelievable. I hate Airbus. Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Deck to Sim live stream today. It's the 6th of November 2020, 10 past 8 in the evening in United Kingdom. Yes, a late evening live stream for you here. And we're finally taking the iniBuilds Airbus A300, an aircraft which you guys have been saying me to get for absolutely ages. So, massive thanks to iniBuilds, and a massive thanks, I just found out 10 minutes before the start of the stream, one of my members has managed to organise a 10% discount on the aircraft right this evening. So you can actually have 10% off if you want to grab the iniBuilds A300 in the next 4 hours. That promotion's going. You just need to make sure you use the code Alpaca at checkout for, of course, our infamous Airways, Alpaca Airways there. A couple of members coming in. Thank you very much to Jan Sedgebull and Bearded Canuck. Welcome back to Bearded Canuck in that case. Hope you're doing both very well. Thank you very much for your membership. You'll get invited to our members only Discord, and you'll have all the exclusive content associated with that. Enjoy your exclusive emojis in chat as well. Andy M71, the code works, already purchased. Absolutely fantastic. So yeah, thank you very much to GFace100, one of my members, for organising that as well. Also want to say a massive thanks to Windy Sock Simulations at FS Sim Studios, because they gave me a copy of Cancun as well for this stream. So that's it, back in the United States this evening, starting off here in Jacksonville. We're going to be taking an hour flight then to Miami, and then around an hour and 20-minute flight to our first ever stream into Cancun. And of course, oh yeah, I forgot to also say massive thank you to Ian Perez as well for, of course, the Airbus promo video, which is always really cool to see. So all these guys do this great stuff for me. I'm always very grateful to all of you. Otherwise, lots of the members are in. iniBuilds is here as well, so hello to you. Captain's Monster, Boz, Dave Hagan, the Portable Gamer says Lama International streams always start on time. Actually, Alpaca Airways is running a little bit late this evening. The reason I had a little bit of a delay at the start there was I think it's to do with the True Earth scenery. So I've downloaded all of True Earth here for Orbex for this sector, so it looks absolutely spectacular for our flight today. Live time and live weather. We've got some pretty inclement weather conditions to look forward to, especially in Cancun, where there's a few thunderstorms cropping around and a few things like that as well. Now, the scenery here at Jacksonville, it's actually from the Gateway. There isn't a decent payway quality one, but it's fully compatible here with the True Earth here. It's actually not that bad at all. We're here over here, I think it's a FedEx cargo apron here anyway, or something like that. But yes, here is the Alpaca Cargo Logistics Airbus A300, our first ever time in the flight. You can see we're just putting on some crates now. The second to last crate is being installed. Massive thanks again, lots of thanks going out today. Massive thanks to Moen, one of my members, who made this awesome looking livery. The fleet expansion continues. We of course have the 727. Is that a Cessna 150 underneath me? Unbelievable. There's always someone on X-Blade or Vatsim that has to spawn on the same stand. But anyway, we'll see how he behaves. If not, I've got a good man of mine who's able to ban people on Vatsim quite easily. So hopefully that individual will find another stand. It was certainly vacant by the time we got here. Not to worry anyway. Is there a possible way of getting all your liveries for X-Plane 11? So what I do, Carl, every time I stream, I link the livery I'm using for that stream. Otherwise, I'd just be filling up the video description with lots of links, which I don't want to end up doing. So if you use the command !livery, you'll be able to download this and then pop that in the liveries folder for you as well. If it fits, Cessna sits, unbelievable. But that's a cargo ramp. I know it shouldn't be there, but you can see, look, the last Alpaca cargo crate is being loaded. We're taking 25 tons tons of alpaca feed and refrigerators for one of our members, Tim. So yes, that's it. Less blubbing. Let's now jump on into the flight deck. I'm going to turn the background music down slightly. I think we have full ATC here, in fact, Tim, which is pretty cool. Now, the checklist I'm following today is the one included with the iniBuilds Airbus A300. It's really quite in-depth and detailed, and it's been very helpful to me to get familiar with the aircraft. Now, I started flying this aircraft for the first time yesterday. I've done this test sector essentially for the stream, and I grew from absolutely loathing it because it was an Airbus to absolutely respecting and absolutely loving it. The thing is, there's so much in common with the Boeing aircraft of this era that I can revert to that if I don't know what's going on, which is pretty much 80-90% of the time anyway. So anyway, I'm going to crack on with the checklist nonetheless, and if you see me get stuck, yell it out in chat as well, and hopefully with your guidance I'll be able to get this thing started. It's quite a long startup process as well, but yes, 2 sectors today. We won't shut the sim down. We'll do a transit turnaround in Miami before we carry on to Cancun. Right, anyway, let's do the preliminary cockpit preparation. So first thing we need to do is pop the batteries on. That reminds me, I need to turn the volume up in X-Plane so there was no background noise during the start. So here comes the batteries. 1, 2, 3. And we'll turn that music right down there. And you can hear it whirring into life. Now, this is probably the biggest overhead panel I've ever seen on an aircraft. It's absolutely massive. I swear it's taken straight from the Apollo program or something like that. But it's very clunky. It all lights up beautifully, and the process that I'm following is the exact, I think, profile or SOP profile used by several airlines. So we see we've got the 3 batteries on. We'll immediately turn on the external power. There we are. It's now alive and breathing. Hydraulic panel, check electric pump switches are off. That's one here. It's got the blue, green and yellow hydraulic system which you find on all modern Airbuses, I believe. Wiper switches are off for this stage, which they are. Gear lever verified down, and with 3 green lights we have that here. Reverse levers are down. The engine start levers are off. And the weather radar is off. That's down here. System is off. External power we've already got on, and now we'll do the APU test for the fire test. So here it is. I think here is the test for the squibs, and then we hold this down to do loop tests. You hold the button down, loop A. You then get a continuous sound with the warning whilst it tests loop B, and you check the ECAM display, or the CRT display. Look at this. I mean, most of us here in chat probably had a TV like that, but that's all lit up looking like it should be the case. Oh my goodness me, IRS fault. Yes, we'll turn those on there. I'm going to be... Of course something will go wrong because I'm streaming. So we've done the APU fire test. APU can turn on at this stage, but I'm not going to because I want to save a little bit of fuel. And I think the engine fire tests come later, but what I'll do is do those now. So here's the squib test. I think so long as you've got squib on agent 1 and 2, that's sufficient. And then the same again, you've got 2 loops like the 737 as well. They detect overheats and fires. I guess you check the ECAM, engine fire handle pull, discharge. It's lovely to do all these tinging and donging sounds. Toot toot, you've got a list of in. Ding ding says Bloodline as well. Absolutely. Loads going on here. Let's put the IRS mode selectors to nav. 1, 2, 3. There we are. And it says verify that the align mode light gauges, which it has. Inertial system display unit check on, rotate to present position, which it is. Oxygen low pressure supply switches, make sure they are on, which they are. I'm not entirely sure what they do. Annunciator light test. That's here. Aha! Yes. What did they call the EGPWS call out? Because it's a man from the 60s or 70s, and he's very abrupt. Wouldn't you? He's saying. And when I first did the flow or these checklists here, it took me about 25 minutes to find all the switches, but I roughly know where they are. VHF radios as required, so we'll tune VHF 1 later. We'll grab the ATIS. We are going to be on the VATSIM network today. And that's it. That's the initial preliminary flight deck inspection all set up there. TJ, the Gearhead 410, thanks to the discount, finally got the great plane too. That's absolutely fantastic. Again, please don't send any thanks to me. It's one of my members, GFace100, who managed to organise that. I didn't even think about asking. I generally don't do it. It's not the sort of thing I like to do, is approach people and say, oh, can you give me a discount because I'm a streamer? I don't like doing that, but he asked for this and then I think they offered. But yeah, great. 10% off this evening, guys, if you want to grab this. Fantastic airplane. I'm not saying that just because I'm promoting it. It really is awesome. I really enjoyed learning to fly this aircraft yesterday. So let's do the flight deck preparation. So it says MC initialize. I think that's the FMC. Well, the nav accuracy is downgraded because we're waiting for the IRS to line. It says use cost index 0. We'll use 30 today. So we go to the init A page, which is this one. At this stage we'll enter the from and to airports. So let's grab our operational flight plan. Here it is. So we're going to be going from Jacksonville to Miami. It's actually quite nice to jump out of Europe, but it does make the ATC quite challenging for me because it is very different to Europe, as I am only operating in Europe, that is. So from and to, that's in here. Here's a fun fact, if you've been watching my live streams for a while, anytime I've flown outside of Europe, I've only ever flown in the Zebo mod. This is the first time I've flown outside of Europe in an aircraft that isn't the Zebo mod. I only found that out today, which is pretty cool. And what an aircraft to take for the first time outside of my usual stomping ground, so very exciting. Right, that's done. It says press align IRS, so I think when the IRS alignment's complete, it will automatically update its position. That's done. Seatbelt and no smoking switches on, even though we're a cargo operation only, but we'll pop them on. Hydraulic power panel set check. Check fluid quantity is in the green arc, which it is, so all of that's within the green arc. Blue's a little bit lower, there might be a reason for that, which I don't know. Servo control panel, check the low pressure lights are illuminated, so they are because the engine driven hydraulic pumps are off, so that would be normal. Flight recorder ground, that's up here, turn that on. External lights configure, so at this stage we'll probably want nav and logo to switch 1, that tells everyone we have AC power, and the rest can all be off at this stage. Let's have a look outside. There we are. All looking good. It looks like the cargo loading's all complete, which is good. That's all set. ATS lever on. So this is the system that controls the auto throttle. Pitch trim switches on. Now it does say here, do not engage your damper switches until the IRS align mode lights have extinguished. So I should think they're still on, because it will take a few more minutes for the alignment here. So guys, I'll be reliant on chat. If I forget to come back to put the yaw damper switches on, tell me. Go flight deck to see if you forgot to turn yaw damper switches on, you nincompoop. So we'll leave it at that stage. Electrical power panel, IDG disconnect switches are satisfied. I'm not entirely sure how I need to check that, but the fault lights are on, which we'd expect, and again, because it's an Airbus, it'll automatically switch sources of power, which it doesn't do in a 737 for you as required. So that's done. We've done the engine fire tests already, and electrical indicator panel put on emergency and ESS. Again, we have an AC/DC metering panel on the 737. We seldom use it, but again, it's the same as you'd find anywhere else. Look, we're getting 400 Hertz here, around 120 volts. My goodness, Blind Eye 1995, you've just purchased a phone case. My goodness, thank you very much. She says, thanks, Captain, for great stream. Keep up the great content. And I missed the last message because the message just appeared. Thank you very much, buddy, for getting that phone case. You'll be the talk of the town with your iPhone or whatever phone you put up there. Thank you very much. Very, very cool. So that's all done. As I was saying, yeah, it's typical power, 115 volts, 400 hertz, pretty much universal across the Western built aircraft there. Right, so fueling panel. We need to now get some fuel for our sector. So we are 115 tons for a zero fuel weight. I'm simulating taking 25 tons of cargo this evening, so quite heavy. This is the amount of fuel we need for quite a short sector. It's 11.2 tons. It is a Friday evening. It's about, was it now in Miami? It's going to be 3:24 in the evening here. We'll take a little bit of extra fuel, about 30 minutes or so. So that's what are we burning in this aircraft? 5 tons an hour. So we take 2.5 tons on top of that. So it'll be 11.9, 13.9, 14.4, so we'll take 14.4 tonnes of fuel, and that should give us an extra 30 minutes to mess around with. So let's go here to Load Manager, total fuel, 14.4 tonnes. It'll then distribute the fuel as required, so we've got 4 wing tanks and a centre tank, not having to put any fuel in the centre tank. We'll load fuel. There we are, you can see the aircraft moved down slightly in its gear. We'll go to next. Now, as I said, we'll take 25 tonnes of cargo. That's pretty much half the cargo capacity for the aircraft, and again it's distributed accordingly. We'll press next. It's computing. That gives us, and here's all the limited weights here, so maximum takeoff weight's 171 tonnes, maximum landing weight 140, max zero fuel weight's 130, so 114, we're only 15 tonnes below our max zero fuel weight, 26 tonnes of cargo apparently. Alright, well, we'll leave it at that. And that's great, we've got the fuel on. We can later send this to the FMC to calculate our performance data. It's a really nice performance calculator that you have included with the iniBuilds Airbus A300. Right, so let's go to the fuel panel now, and it says turn all fuel tank pumps on. Is that IRS alignment complete? No, it still says align mode, so just need to put those yaw damper switches on later. It says all tanks on, isolation valve flow bars are illuminated, they are, and cross bleed flow valve is vertical, which it is. AP fire panel, check if you've not done so already. Cabin pressurization panel, check. So that is down here. So again, it's very similar to the 7.3. You've got this sort of reverse L here representing the pressurization system, which I really like. You've got the diff pressure, cabin altitude, rate of climb, rate of descent, and cabin altitude here. This is the position of the outflow valve, so it has two. And the outflow valve is how they basically air is offloaded off board to ensure the aircraft obviously doesn't overpressurize, but it's done in a controlled manner by computers. So essentially all we're doing here is checking that the main pressure amber light is extinguished. So this one obviously on manual pressurization here, but that's off. There's two systems. System 1 is providing the pressurization. The rate limit knob is in the normal position as well, and the outflow valve indications show fully open, which they do. We can pop the window heat switches on now, which is... whereabouts is it? There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unlike the 7.3, you also turn the probe heat on in the A300 prior to the engine start too. Cargo compartment smoke detector, check and test. And for the second sector, guys, we won't have to do this all again. It's only on that first sector. So here's the smoke detection system. Again, I'm not entirely sure what lights I should be checking, but it is all there in the checklist. Here's the loop test as well. So imagine that's done. I think you're meant to hold it down a little bit longer, check the fire bells going off, etc, etc. Venting, so that's not a reference to Among Us, the game. Everyone knows what venting is here, but also like the 737, all of this electrical power generates quite a lot of heat, and there's something called equipment cooling, which draws all that heat away from the computers and the processors and puts it outboard. And it says here for the checklist, just make sure the flow bar is illuminated, which it is. There we go. Emergency exit lights we can now arm, which is, where is it? There it is. Making good progress here, guys. Condition temperature panel, econ flow, it says turn on. I think that's that switch here. There we go. And then we haven't got APU providing pressurization just yet, so that's fine. Pack temperature panel, we'll leave it all in auto, which I think sets the temperature around 23, 24 degrees. Oxygen panel is set and tested. We'll imagine that's done. And next page on my checklist, it says EFIS control panel. So set PFD and ND brightness. So we'll leave that as fully bright as it is. FMA displays flight director 1, which it does. We've got this flight directors are on. There we are. And it says for some reason set the decision height to -5. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. James F, yes, the IRSs are aligned. Fantastic. James S, you've reminded me to turn the yaw damper on. Fantastic. You make a fantastic first officer. Thank you. Very good. So we'll leave that on map now. We'll set that to around 30 miles or so. FCP, flight control panel, I guess. We'll set that to runway heading, because I think we need to maintain runway heading for departure. Expecting runway 08 today, quite windy here, so we'll set 077 on the heading bug. A little bit of a quicker way of doing this and just rotating the mouse wheel. We're due off, guys, on our flight plan at 45, time 45, which I think we should be able to do. Stop altitude to 3,000 feet, expected for departure. Of course, we'll get our clearance shortly. So that's set. Standby airspeed indicator indicates 0, which it does. Right. This is the clock included with the iniBuilds Airbus A300s, and I've looked at some videos of the A300 online. It all has this clock, but it doesn't seem to run to the correct time. Now, you can set it. It doesn't seem to connect to a GPS or anything here, but if I set this to actual GMT and leave it on run, it doesn't match the time that we're getting in real life. So the times in the FMC are using a different source. They're using correct times here, but I'm not entirely sure how this clock's meant to work. There's probably someone that'll be able to help us. Oh my goodness, someone's bought some Flight Deck to Sim socks. I think these are amazing. Always love your streams. Thank you very much, Boy Borman. He's purchased some remove before flight socks. Oh my goodness. Make sure we don't wear those at church. My, thank you very much anyway for the continued support. Right, anyway, I've gone straight past our time because I'm very excited about the socks being purchased from the merch store. So yeah, I might set that up later, but the primary reference to the clock will be the FMC, or whatever you call it in the Airbus. I know it's not an FMC. Right, altimeter. Let's grab some weather online here. Just check my sound mixer. There we are. And the ATIS frequency is 125850. It's on standby. Now, I did test earlier to make sure it was all working on that, which it was.
Jacksonville International Airport, ATIS information, India 1956 Zulu. 1050 at 16. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 2,300. 4,100 scattered. 6,000 scattered. Ceiling 25,000 broken. Temperature 25. 2.19er. Altimeter 3007. Simultaneous approach is in use.
That's cool.
ILS runway 8 approach in use. Landing and departing runways 8 and 14. Use caution. Waterfowl and bird activity in vicinity of airport.
Those virtual birds.
Radio controlled aircraft activity 4 nautical miles northwest of airport.
What's that?
Terminal ramp is uncontrolled. Push and start at your discretion.
Cool.
Call when ready for taxi. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information India.
But correct me if I'm wrong, did I hear something about radio-controlled aircraft in the vicinity? Oh my goodness, someone sent a drone up, and there's birds, all sorts out there. Right, so information India, wind 050 at 16 knots, runway 08 for departure. The inches of mercury, not hectopascals remember, is 3007, so I'll set that now. Love the fact that they've synced the altimeters, it's a lovely thing to have. Better, is that Stephen Hawking reading? It does sound just like him, but it's a very common automated voice used on ATIS frequencies there. Right, so altimeter's set, IVSI we've checked, make sure it's at 0, clock set, I've tried doing that. There's a metric altimeter here, which is really cool, reads meters. Maximum deviation is 23 meters from the altimeter, right. Not be using that today anyway. Standard altimeter set flap position indicator, make sure it matches the flaps. So 0, 0, and the positions here also 0. Now for departure today, the A300 has quite a unique flap setting position. Actually, I had to look this up because I wasn't too sure about it myself. You can actually take off with the trailing edge flaps up, which is very unusual in a commercial airliner, and just extend the leading edge flaps, which I don't know what they call them in an A300. I'm just referring to the 7.3 terminology. So the leading edge slats will be at 15 degrees, but the actual trailing edge flaps will be up, which gives us the best sort of performance bit. It gives you quite high V-speeds. I'm thinking the V-speed is like a 150, 160 knots, but we'll take a closer look at that when we calculate our performance. So check the brakes, brake pressure gauges, accumulator pressure is in the green, which it is. Reverser unlock lights are extinguished. Landing elevation, set destination elevation, so I think Miami's pretty much at sea level, so we'll leave that at 0. Check the landing gear, brake fan as required, it's not because we're cold and dark. work on dark. We do a takeoff warning check, advance the thrust levers, make sure that the master warning ECAM activate, which it does, return to idle, and then clear ECAM. There we are, clear. So that's done. Right, we're now ready to set up the FMS. Captain Bond said 1 plus flaps, flaps 2 or flaps 3 are for takeoff, not 1 because 1 is flaps. No flaps. Yeah, I think the one position, I think it's the same as the Airbus perhaps, but the 320, but very unusual in Boeing to have that. Right, so nav accuracy has upgraded. GPS is now primary, so that's a good sign. So the IRS alignment has been completed. Really not much to punch in today, guys. So it says initially we need to put in the alternate. So alternate is Orlando, so Kilo, Mike, Charlie, Oscar. It says none, but if you press return, it does seem to display there correctly. Call sign today is Alpaca 8 Mike India. That's set, and not using company route. We're going to use the same cost index we do in the 7.3, which is 30, and I believe that's quite fast in this A300, but we don't mind fast. We'll put the cruise wind in here. Top of client wind, which is 252 at 65, pretty much the same as the average wind. And I think it automatically calculates the temperature and the tropopause height. If you leave it, you could put the height of the tropopause and the temperature ice deviation. I'm not sure what data to plug in there, so I've actually been leaving that there. Tom Pollock, don't forget to do your trim setting. Thank you very much. There is actually a... we'll go through that later because they have a really cool detailed performance calculator which we can use, and that does tell you what where to put your CG and trim. In fact, I think I might do that now because I need to load init page 2. So actually, you know what, I'll put the routing in first. So let's see if I can remember to do this. So flight plan, there's our departure point, Jacksonville, our arrival Miami. So click Jacksonville, SID, runway 08. I love American SIDs, very simple. They just match every single runway there is. So the SID we're expecting is the Sorky 2, which is now selected. Insert. Look at me Airbusing. I'm so proud of myself. It took me a long time to remember how to do this. The Sorky transition takes us all the way to Oman, which is actually part of the arrival for us into Miami. There's no en route waypoints to select here. So I'm just having a look here at the star I'm expecting, because I just want to check the transition, which I have printed in front of me. So we're going to go here back to Miami, star. Going to expect ILS 09. There's several easterly runways there. That's just because where I want to park, which is the cargo ramp 09 is the preferred one. We'll see if we can get that with ATC. Otherwise, you'll have to tell me in fly how to reselect it because I have no clue. The arrival is going to be the Hiley 7, and via Oscar Mike November. Now, if I go to flight plan. Oops, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to press insert, didn't I? There we are. So, I've got the chart here in front of me, guys. After Oman, we need to route to Mallet. So all I have to do is press, look at me Airbus, watch this, look, clear. Just simply delete the discontinuity. There you go. So it's all set there. Obviously, we don't want to go at 10,000 feet, so the routing's all in. I'll have a little look at the plan page. It's got some really cool pop-out displays, which really makes your life much easier. So Oman, Mallet, Pac-Man, Melbourne, Treasure, Ford, Smugs, no discontinuities, and basically we go onto a vector. So what I'm going to do is just delete the discontinuity here and the vector. That way the aircraft will automatically fly from Rubo, I think that's correct, isn't it? Rubo to Grit, which is the start of the arrival, which is how I do it when we fly these arrivals in real life in the 7.3. We actually get rid of the vector heading. There we are, so we have no discontinuities, it's all connected. I just need to make sure I put in our cruise level, which is going to be, let's flight level 350, so let's stick in here, 350. Okay, so that's done. I just need to do the performance, which I will do now. Let's click that here. Domino Mosina, did you put the flight level? Just remembered there, and I've still need to do this page here, initB, which I learnt the other day you can only do if the engines are off. So we need to now calculate our takeoff performance. So we'll send the takeoff performance to the takeoff performance calculator. Now there is an ability to request weather, but if you have active sky like I do, which is a must in X-Plane 11, because the default weather isn't that realistic, especially with winds, but it doesn't work. And I think I've heard apparently iniBuilds are pushing an update very soon which will allow you to get the weather from active sky. So we'll put the ICAO in for Jacksonville. We do have to put it in manually for now. Runway 08, and remember we've got the weather from the ATIS, so the surface wind was 050 at 16 knots. Top of climb, oh no, sorry, temperature 25, QNH, well it was 3007, well we can convert that on the altimeter, 1019. I love this, it's just like real life, you just punch in the ATIS data, ISA plus 10, it's dry at the moment, anti-ice is off, takeoff weight 129.2 tons, we're going to use this flaps up, leading edge flaps in 15, air conditioning on, we'll use the flex temperature and then compute. YOKE, 728 people watching, only 250 likes. Come on, people, you've got it. Thank you very much. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. I've got a promotion running for the iniBuilds A300. If you grab it tonight, as Nightbot has pointed out, until midnight, you can get a 10% discount, which is absolutely awesome. Thank you again to my member GFace 100. Right, so you can see here it's calculated that we can take runway 08 with a flex temperature, we'll call it a shoot temperature, of 48 degrees Celsius. The limitation for our performance is the second segment runway. Right, let me show you the second segment runway. That's from gear up. This is the event of an engine failure. You have it from gear up to the minimum flat retraction altitude. That's the second segment, and that's the limiting factor with the performance. There's always going to be something that's limiting, and that's the case here. So what we need to do, you press send data, send, and look at the FMS, receive takeoff company data. So freaking cool. So that's done, and I'm just going to put the block fuel here as well, 14.4. That should calculate everything there after we put the zero fuel weight in, which was on this page. It wasn't, I think it was 115 tons. Thank you very much to Burgaston, who's just rejoined as a member. Welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you've re-enjoyed the content you can find to our members only Discord. Thank you very much, buddy, and welcome back. Now, where was it I found my weight, my zero fuel weight? I can't remember now. Well, I know it's 115 tons, so I just want to double check it, that's all. Takeoff performance. I think I can. Well, I hope that isn't deleted from the EFB ground ops. There we are. Load sheet. Zero fuel weight was 114.8. There we go. 114.8. There we are. CG was 30.1. And hopefully, if I press next page, the speeds are all in. Oh no, that's not one. This is page. Yes, there we are. So here's the speeds from the calculator. Oh, can anyone remember what V2 was on the EFB? Because I've accidentally cleared all the data and I forgot to load the speeds because I did this in the wrong order. I mean, I'll quickly punch it in, it won't take too long. Thanks all for your patience as well. As you can imagine, it's quite a beast to set up, especially if you're doing everything properly. We'll be on our way very shortly, and again, I won't need to do everything as everything like this on the next sector. Obviously, I'll need to do performance, but the initial checks we did at the start we won't need to do. There we are. It was 162 knots. Thanks, Freckles. Just beat you to it, though. So we set up 162 here. Now, you'll notice when you rotate the knob on the FCU, or MCP, it should increase it in the FMC for you. So 162. There we are, 162. Trim is 1.2 units down, so we'll set that now. There we are. So yeah, very high V speeds. That's because the flaps are flipping up. But slats are extended. 158, 161. Rotate. VT is 162. Flat retraction. Going to initiate 169. Or slat. Well, they're already up, so slats retracted at 203. And that's it. MFRA, in the event of an engine failure, will accelerate at 1,000 feet. Cool. So that's the performance all done. I think everything's loaded up in the FMC. So we'll leave the takeoff page up for the captain flight plan here. I think I just need to set the temperatures here. So we go flex temperature 45. I think that's correct. 48, wasn't it? Thank you very much, Henry Jimenez, who's just joined as a member as well. Welcome aboard, buddy. You'll get invited to our members-only Discord. Enjoy your custom emojis in chat as well. And again, for all those guys that have just joined as members, thank you very much. To get into our Discord, you need to synchronise YouTube and Discord. Type in Google's YouTube Discord synchronisation. That will pass you through, set you up through those steps how to get that done. And then that's how you get invited. Right, so performance is done. I hope you're enjoying all this detailed setup. Anyway, I absolutely love doing this. We've selected the flex to temp and we set the temperature 48 degrees, and we're now at the before start checklist. So what we'll do, we'll get the clearance now and go from there. So we have South Tower ground. We even have delivery frequency online. Amazing. 11905. It's a US clearance, so everything will be very different. Oh, I forgot, it's a... Damn it, because it's an old aeroplane, it's a silly little transfer switch. You can't actually move the frequency. That's going to get very annoying. I think... Volume's turned up here. Alright, let's try and grab our clearance then to Miami. Oh, where are we parked? I'll brief the Sid and everything very shortly. The name of it was, I think it's just called Cargo something or other. I'm not sure. It's where the FedEx park. I'll say we're on the cargo apron. I'm sure that will suffice. Jacksonville Tower, very good afternoon. Alpaca 8 Mike India. Information India 3007. Departure clearance to Miami if possible, please.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, can you accept the Xbox to departure?
Stand by. Oh no, that's going to make it difficult for me. The what departure? Xbox 2. A firm, Alpaca 8 Mike India. It's just straight ahead, runway heading, it's the same. And then goes to Sorgi.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, howdy. You are cleared to Miami International Airport via Xbox 2 departure, Ormond Beach transition. In this file, maintain 3000, expect flight level 350, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 127.0, squawk 2603.
Cleared to Miami International on the Xbox 2 departure, 3,000 feet, and it'll be by the Sorgi and then Ormond Beach transition. Flight level 350, 10 minutes after departure, airborne frequency 127.0, squawk 2603, Alpaca 8 Mike India.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, just confirm you're going to use the Xbox 2 departure Ormond Beach transition.
What transition? Xbox 2 departure, and then just confirm that transition, sorry.
Ormond Beach, Oscar, Mike, November.
Xbox 2, Ormond Beach transition, A for Alpaca 8 Mike India.
No problem. Alpaca 8 Mike India, your readback is correct. Push starts at your discretion. Expect runway 8 for departure. Advise ground on point 9er when you've got the current ATIS information and you are ready for taxi.
Thank you very much. Push start approved for discretion. Contact ground point 8. Alpaca 8 Mike India. Enjoy your afternoon.
See ya.
I love America. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much. Right, so it's pretty much the same departure. I better just put it in the... oh no. Right, flight plan. K-Jax, Sid, Xbox, transition, Xbox 2. I definitely heard Xbox 2, very much so.
Last calling.
So put Xbox 2, Omen, runway 08, insert. So we now have K-Jax, Vector, and then it's taking us to Sorgi Xbox. I think that's looking hunky-dory, so let's now clear. Not allowed? But you're an Airbus. I swear pushing clear and flight plan discontinuity always works. Oh no. Right, Airbus people, if I go airborne and then just route direct to Sorgi, I guess that'll work because it's on a vector. Or how do I... Maybe if I delete the vector point. And now try and delete discontinuity. Yes! That will do. That will do. Right, anyway, since in 3,000 feet. And if I push that in, I'll only do it in 1,000 foot increments. That's set. And squawk we need to put in, which is 2603. I'm really, guys, do you know how fun this is, like flying a new aircraft and trying new things? It's wicked. Right, 2603. Put that in transponder because we're about to do the push and start as well. 3,000 feet. Right, let's just have a little quick jab about where we're going. So here we are. We're going to push back here, face south. Taxi will be Sierra onto November, and then Lima. Here's runway 8 for departure. Nice 3,000 meter runway. We'll contact ground shortly. And here is the Sorgi 2 departure. With the Omen, that's what I was trying to think of, say, Ormond Beach transition. So it's very simple, look. Not sorry, it's not Sorgi 2, are we, anymore? Xbox 2. Xbox 2 on after departure. Radar required, which you have DME, IRU. Turbojets only, which is, well, technically a turbofan. But yeah, runway heading 077. To 540 feet, then climb to assigned altitude or heading 077 was assigned by team. We have a very low stop altitude here, 3,000 feet, so you're going to be very quick here to maintain 3,000 feet. And then expect radar vectors towards Sorgi, then on track 181 to Xbox, maintain 3,000 feet. So that's it, that's the SID. Guys, 45 minutes in, we're almost ready for push and start. We're getting there, we're getting there. So cockpit preparation, we need to get the APU up and running now, so we'll pop the... oops, master switch on. I think, do I have to wait for anything to hear? No, just press start. Let's check the ECAM. This has just got to be one of the, simply the best pair aircraft I've had. It's just so cool. Look at the CRT, look at it all. It's just wicked. So there's the AP booting up. M1's increasing EGT. I guess there's some sort of limitations. You've got to make sure you don't exceed. The 737 APU has auto shut-off features for those sort of things here. Freckles, oh wait, he's actually going to try and fly this thing? Outrageous comment. Right, APU's booted up nicely. So that's accelerating, and it says available. Lovely. So that's done. I think now all I need to do is... Oh yeah, turn the galley shed on, so we have external power. Have I just turned this off?
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, I think it's automatically moved over to the APU, which is great. We'll now go to ground ops, ground services, move external power, move the air stairs, move the loader, fuel truck, and chocks. I think we're now all closed. Exits, close all. So we'll have a couple of ways of checking this, obviously on the ECAM as well. We've got ECAM, and here is the door. There we are, door. So you can check, look, all green. Lovely. Very Airbusy. Don't forget your clock on takeoff roll, said Todd Gilby. Absolutely not. I couldn't dare do such a thing. Right, so we can push back at our own discretion. So what we're going to do is pre-plan pushback. There's one I planned before.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
And then start pushback.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up. Right,
so fuel quantity, make sure you have sufficient for the flight. So minimum fuel was 11.9 tons. We have 14.4 on board, as expected. We've got an extra 30 minutes. Navigation is set.
Okay, service trucks coming.
Oh no, what did I push? No, no. I don't need no servicing. Oh, there's the pushback going straight out the ball. Have our own logistics company here in Jacksonville, Alpaca Airways. So that's set.
1091, I got your request.
FMS status entries complete. Flight plan page, takeoff page, landing elevation set, altimeter set, takeoff warning checked, and ready for pushback. So check ECAM door page, which we've done, all closed. Beacon can come on now.
Okay, all doors
Parking
and
brake
hatches
we
are
can
closed,
release as
ready to
required.
connect.
Transponder to transponder, which it is. There we go. And then we're in Pratt & Whitney aircraft, not General Electric, so aero clear to start. And we're all ready for the engine start, guys. Fantastic. Right, we'll contact ground now. Well, we'll contact ground, we'll tune ground, which is 1-19er. Perfect. How exciting. Ooh, just move my armrest up. We'll have a little look around the cabin later. Well, maybe on the second sector Cancun, just slightly longer. Two very short sectors, but it's just, it looks spectacular. Everything, the lighting, the way it all spins and works. Very happy with everything.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Excellent. Let's release parking brake. And 10 minutes late on the flight plan. We were due out at 45, no problem, but we have 25 tons of cargo today. There we go. Oh, wonderful. Well, I suppose I am leaving the stand. Damn you, Thompson. Unbelievable. Right, that's ruined my beautiful external views. Now let's start engine number 2. There's plenty of stands here. And we simply move. Ignition switch to crankcase for captain. And I've got to set the AP bleed on, there we go. That's the aircraft, that's nothing to do with any builds because we're taxiing through an aircraft. So we have AP bleed, pressurization, and we press start.
Decimal 152 Sierra Papa radio check.
There we are. I wait to 50% N2. There it is, 15% N2, we can put the fuel in. Aircraft berths, beautiful things.
So it's 596 Jacksonville ground. Squawk 1 Charlie, please.
Full fuel pumps are on Rui. I don't think I've missed any steps.
596, thank you, sir. Runway 8, taxi via Papa November Lima.
Yoke bus. Love it, Esric. I know, it's so great to have a yoke. We should be obviously monitoring engine instruments, but it's nice to see the engine start from this view. It's the EGT increasing, load down.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting
So
tow.
EGT's increasing, N1's increasing. 42% N2, the blue open light extinguishers, which was up here. Sounds on this thing are absolutely awesome. I guess that's the IDG coming online. Luke Bailey, have you flown a 737NG with the newer engine fuel pump levers? I have. The last kind of 2 to 3 years of the NG, they had that slightly different pressurization panel as well. Most of them were short field packages, options too. Right, we can disconnect. Now I'm not 100% sure which point I can start engine number 1. I think it's when the engine low oil pressure light extinguishes, but we'll give it a whirl now. So start. Daniel, thanks for getting your viewers to Jack, so we get no traffic, so it's a lot of fun to have this much traffic. No problem, Daniel. And like I said, I often reply to people on VATSIM that want ATC, AT events and stuff like that, so it's great to come over a different part of the world. I should have let you know sooner. Mr. McSmoots, I can't believe Ini came out of here absolutely nowhere with this. Now, I can't believe that either. I mean, they hadn't even made an aircraft, and all of a sudden they make this, well, one of the best commercial airliners I've ever flown. I mean, genuinely, I've only started flying yesterday. It was so fun. It's, well, I think it's the familiarity of Boeing, but yeah, absolutely wicked aircraft. There we are. Tom Gibby, what NADP are you flying out here today? I'm going to do NADP 1 because I have such a low stop altitude, so I'll accelerate at 1,000 feet. Are you an Airbus convert now, Russell? No. This one, yes. The others, I don't like. No, I lie. They're just very different. But this is... There's something very challenging, there's something very rewarding about flying this aircraft, more so than the 320 I find. Right, I think we've got two good engine starts here, so let's do the after start flow. Ignition switch to off. AP bleed as required, so we'll have that off. You can see that the engine bleeds are now providing the pressurisation, the crossfeed closes, the packs are then providing the conditioned air to the cabin and the pressurisation. Love all these little light switches, obviously, so cool. AP can come off, which is... Where's that APU switch? There it is, off. Don't do this in at 7.3, but we do on the speed breaker in the A300. Trim verify set for takeoff, which it is. And then flaps for departure. 0.15. So you'll see the leading edge device is extending. Oh, Rue, cargo smoke detection is off. Thanks for that. We'll have a look at that in a second. So we got 15.0. Oh, yes. Just testing you. Of course, we don't take... just trying to save money on the cargo smoke detectors. Very well spotted, Rui. Thank you, guys. And again, if you see anything that you're not happy with, let me know. What is fuel truck doing? You haven't paid your fuel bill, sir. Unbelievable. Thanks, Explain. Let's get out of here quick. That's straight from the Lama International Airlines video that Lizzie Windsor made for me. Amazing. So order brake to max. Oh, that's actually after taxi. Right, that's fine. So taxi clearance is next. Okay. Speed brake on. Alright, I think we're all ready to go. I'll request taxi. We have a Jacksonville ground. Jacksonville ground, good afternoon. It's Alpaca 8 Mike, India on the cargo 8 for request taxi runway 8.
Alpaca cargo 8 Mike, India, heavy, Jacksonville ground, very good afternoon to you. Runway 8, taxi via Sierra November Lima.
Runway 8 Sierra November Lima, Alpaca cargo 8 Mike, India. Gave me the cargo, why not? Excellent. Right, so taxi. We'll be going Sierra November Lima, and there is the whole point for runway 08. Here we go, guys. So we'll pop the turn off and taxi light on. Release the parking brake. Parking brake is off. Just going to turn the reverse down slightly. There we go. Here we go. Listen to these sounds. So cool.
Sierra Papa Jacksonville ground. Can you squawk my controls, please? And check transponder.
There's a little whirl in the background. Now we're off.
They said that I'm already mode C on the V-pilot.
Registered, check transponder, squawk 2627.
There's idle. It's a nice little taxi car.
Says no 152 Sierra Papa, is it working now?
They're still squawking CFR.
Right, anyway, here's right here's any way you can really go.
Southwest 596, contact Jacksonville Tower 118.32. 118.3, Southwest 596.
Yeah, when the engines spool up here, it's very, very nice sounds. I don't know how they recorded these sounds, but I don't know if they're close to Pro Any, but I don't really care. They sound incredible. Sounds absolutely awesome. Right, so Tower frequency I'll put on standby, which is 1183.
20 Papa, roger.
This is where you just hope you're not on the grass.
And Cessna 20 Papa, runway
Slow down slightly.
Juliet, taxi via Golf.
I still, right, radio tuning panel is, every time I stream I say this, but it's out of stock everywhere. And the one I found was extremely expensive, so I'm waiting for them to come back into stock so I can get one for that, so it'll be incredibly useful now.
Wait till you read it back again.
Plus, you prefer the PlayStation 3 departure. Yeah, we're on the, what is it today? The Xbox 2. Awesome.
Taxi via Golf Alpha Juliet, runway 8.
That explains lighting. Do the before takeoff checklist. And we're on this taxiway to the whole point. There's a speedbird here. Excellent, so brakes we checked already. Flight controls, bring up the ECAM flight control display. And pop that up here. So we do this, my operator, before taxi, before moving here, but we'll do it Airbusy. So we'll pitch up, you see the elevators showing up, and down, showing down, roll left, spoilers are up, and down, ailerons pointing in the right direction too, and rudder, so full right, and full left. That's very unnatural for me because in the 7.3 the rudder actually does have an input on your taxi. It has a slight input on the nose wheel there, so you don't actually use it whilst taxiing. Right, anyway, as the flight controls checked, transponders set, weather radar can now turn on for departure. So system 1 is on. Put that over to turbulence. Tilts at +5 for departure. And that is it. We're all ready to go, guys, for departure. The whole point's just coming up in around a minute or so. Steve Mayer, what happened to the one I found you? I didn't even get around to ordering that one, Steve. I think I clicked the link and it said available, and I said I'd look into it, and then I just kind of got behind me because life got in the way, other things as well. But I'll double check that one again, Steve. They are in stock on Amazon. Sim737 Pilot. Can you send me the link to that in Discord, please? Thank you. I just realised I still have plan.
Now current, the wind 04015, gust 20, altimeter 3012.
What's that new pressure? Did you say 3012? I think so. Not sure. Cool, so when we line up, all we need to do is, we don't need to put the ignition switches to continuous, so it's not heavy rain or anything like that. Put the TCAS TR8, we're then going to select profile and nav, so that's LNAV and VNAV, and then set the clock. In fact, what I'll do now, I'll set this now so I don't forget. Profile nav, so that's VNAV and LNAV for the Boeing boys, and I'm going to put the TCAS to TARA now. It's a bit early, and you don't want to do that if you've got air traffic on final because it'll really annoy everyone. But let's do it anyway. Save a bit of time. Timing game, it is live time, so I believe in Florida it's 7 minutes past 4 local time, 7 past 9 here in the evening, but the sim is live time, live weather.
Jacksonville ground, good afternoon, runway 8, taxi via Juliet, Alpha Lima.
Turn these down slightly, guys. 4:07 PM, awesome. The latency, I don't know if you've noticed, guys, as well, I've improved slightly, so the time from me saying something and you hearing it is now 10 seconds and not 30. With a very small sacrifice in image quality, which I didn't notice, so that's cool.
Yes, sir, and you're in a Class Charlie airport, so you have to get clearance from clearance delivery and a squawk code
Cool.
to depart the airport.
So coming up to departure, at the end make a right then a left turn, and remember the departure, guys, is the Xbox, PlayStation, Sega.
Cargo 8, Mike, India, Heavy. Unfortunately, our time together has come to an end. Contact Jacksonville Tower 118.3. We'll see you.
That's such a shame. Down 118.3. Thanks a lot for the ATC Alpaca 8 Mike India. Have a good day, sir.
See ya.
See ya.
Fever 179. Squawk Charlie.
Are you streaming at 30 FPS? Should be 60. over to tower. Just make sure we're pointing this way. So 118.3, we'll make that active, and we'll put the airborne frequency on this side, 1270. I think we're all ready to go, guys. Pro streamer, absolutely. Right, let's check in with tower. Jacksonville Tower, good day. Alpaca 8, Mike India, taxi High Point Lima, runway 8, ready for departure.
Last station calling, say again.
Good afternoon, Alpaca 8, Mike India, on point runway 08, ready for departure. Runway 8, sir. Runway
Alpaca 8, Mike India, fly heading 140, wind 040 at 15, gusting 20, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
Runway 8, clear for takeoff, heading 140, Alpaca 8, Mike India. So what that's basically telling me is that after departure, we're going to fly out at a heading of 140 degrees. I'm not going to preset that, otherwise the flight directors might start turning. So as soon as we get to a well, the minimum turn height of my operator is around 400 feet. So 400 feet, I'm going to dial in a heading of 140. Go from there. Right, clear takeoff. So
short runway 8.
landing lights on. Put that to take off. Strobes are on. So MCP is sort of set. Transponders TARA. Strobe lights are on. The lights are on, guys. Toga's in chat, or whatever you call it in the A300s. Look at that, Jumbo's here as well, all ready to go and enjoy these sounds on departure as well. And I think I get automatically handed over for departure. We'll double check. When we get airborne. Yes, definitely latency's improved. I can see all say Toga 10 seconds after. Right, are you guys ready? 40%. Engines are stabilised. There's a nice switch here for Toga. We'll push it. Light forward pressure on the control column, set takeoff thrust. They're spurring up nicely, looking for 1.445 IPR. It's set, indications look all normal. 80 knots, release that forward pressure. The right rudder coming in for that wind. V1 runners all the way up at 162 knots today. V1 rotates, nice and smooth on that rotation, and we're airborne, and we're up to the flight directors. Pause rate climb gears coming up. Let's go heading select.
179, runway 8, line up and lead.
Right, there we are. I'm going to go on that heading.
1091, roger. Break,
140.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, heavy, contact departure 12700.
At 12700, Alpaca 8, Mike India, bye. So there's the heading, 140, select flaps up, coming up to 3,000 feet, which is our stop altitude.
1091.
Ooh, my goodness, that seems a bit slow. Come on, accelerate. I put the flaps up a bit early, I think. Yeah, I don't like being close to those red bars. Oh no, why am I going so slow? Just going to be careful here with the speed. Into the IMC, let's level off at 3,000. There we are, now it's giving me 250. Yeah, thanks, autopilot in. Oh, that was nearly messy. 250 knots on the heading as instructed at 3,000 feet. Right, let's contact departures. Departures, good day, Alpaca 8, Mike India, radar heading 140 degrees, maintaining 3,000 feet.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, Jacksonville departure, radar contact, proceed direct Soggy, climb maintain 15,000.
Climb maintain 15,000, direct Soggy, Alpaca 8, Mike India. I don't think it's Soggy. Right, 15,000, remember it's not a flight level, so we'll set that, profile, power, climb, auto, and it is set to climb. Direct to Soggy, direct. Look at me airbussing, guys. I'm a pro. Speed limit exceeded. Yeah, disregard that. That happened as soon as I said I'm a pro. Soggy, nav. There we are. No problem at all. And let's now do the after takeoff checklist. Clocks. Oh no! My hardcore fans will be very upset. There you go, look. Mariana didn't come in to say clock either. Run. No one picked it up either. Instant karma, I know. That was very much karma. And look at that, 4,000 or 5,000 feet per minute. That's not too unusual if you're quite light. Haven't got a huge amount of fuel and 25 tons of cargo. I've seen that at the moment with the COVID-19 guys. My climb rates have been in excess of 5,000 feet per minute. Quite normal. So, we've done all of that. V-speeds, airborne, slats, flaps up after takeoff, spoilers disarm. Oops. There we are. Lights, nose and runway turn off lights can come off. Leave the landing lights on till 10,000 feet. Ignition as required, packs are on, APU is off. And that's it. Check's complete. How's the sound, guys? If it's too loud in game, let me know. And if you can hear ATC as well, nice and clear, let me know too. Cruise level's going to be...
Alpaca, Mike India, contact Jacksonville Center 13592. Wish him a happy birthday.
135.92. I will do so, Alpaca 8 Mike India. Good afternoon. Happy birthday, happy birthday.
B-Bird 1...
There we go. Sound is good, sound is perfect. Thanks, guys. Right, we'll just do our pre-cruise checks to past 10,000. So, altimeter's still on the QNH, or inches of mercury. Landing lights retract off. Seatbelts as required, and that's it. Approaching the cruise point 2, but we'll check in. Jacksonville Centre, good day, Alpaca 8 Mike India, climbing 15,000 inbound to Boeingy. Did I get the right frequency? 135.925. Yeah, just checking, you guys, just checking. Oh, well done, all of you in chat. Superb work. 925. 902. Oh, I'm so getting this radio battle. 135. Oh, it's so slow to change. There we are. And I need to slow our rate of climb down. So vertical speed. Let's set that to 1,000. Oh, it's already got autoquire in there. Okay. Jacksonville Centre, very good afternoon, Alpaca 8 Mike India, climbing 15,000 inbound to Boeingy.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, Jacksonville Center. There's a lot of you guys today around here. Let's see, climb and maintain flight level 350, clear direct Ormond Beach. That's Oscar Mike November.
Climb flight level 350, direct to Ormond Beach, Alpaca 8 Mike India. How old are you today?
You know, I'm here under. How you guys doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I was asking how old are you today?
Today, I don't know. Nobody has wished me happy birthday yet, so I think I'm still the same.
Okay, well, I'm the first one here. I'm saying happy birthday to you, and so are about 900 other people. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It is now my birthday. Stop it.
It's not. Oh no, it's not actually his birthday, is it? Outrageous, unbelievable.
Jacksonville Center, good evening.
Right, 350, back to profile climb, profile power, direct to Ormond Beach. Oh no.
And Alpha Echo.
I've just got
was
pwned,
that
haven't I?
Alpha Echo Kilo 662?
Ah dear, right, hold on, direct.
Alpha Echo
Omen.
Kilo 662, Costa Rica
Insert.
662.
There we are, direct to over Beach, and I love it, the navigators have tuned automatically. There we are.
Alpha Echo Kilo 662.
I smell shenanigans, I do.
Jacksonville Center, hello.
Oh,
Welcome aboard.
I got trolled.
Actually, Alpha Echo Kilo 662, you're clear direct to
Unbelievable.
Charleston VOR, the Sierra Charlie Hotel.
We've been conned, I know, Tim. Cheeky.
Sierra Charlie Hotel.
That was 10 out of 10 for the controller there.
I'm sorry, I meant Sierra
Nicky Bell, you can sync
Charlie
the
Sierra.
heading by pushing the button. I didn't
Oh my
know that
God,
one,
Charlie
so very
Hotel
good
Sierra,
call.
for
I'll do that
God's
then, in
sake.
case
Charlie
we get
Hotel
told to
Sierra.
maintain a heading.
Okay, Charlie Hotel Sierra.
Amazing.
Costa Rica 666.
Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, loving a bit of Airbus A300 action, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as we head along the coast of Florida to Miami. Look outside shortly because I have got the scenery from True Earth there as well. Don't forget as well, thank you very much to my member GFace100 who organised a 10% discount for you guys. So if you want to purchase the Airbus A300 this evening, right until midnight UK time.
8 Mike India, traffic 12 o'clock, 15 miles, a Boeing 738, same direction, descending through flight level 260 for 12000.
Look at your traffic, Alpaca 8 Mike India. Cool, so we've got TCAS on, it's not on the display there, but we'll keep a good look out for that traffic anyway. Oh, set standard, yeah, that's a big rookie error, there you go. Standard set, as soon as we clear to a flight level. PJ Struving, sorry, I didn't finish. So guys, yeah, you get 10% discount with the iniBuilds A300 this evening. In the discount code, put the word in capital letters Alpaca, and you'll get a 10% discount. You've got only, what is it, till midnight tonight, so you've got 4.5 hours left until that code stops working. But you've probably seen here, I think it's a fantastic aircraft. I mean, it's Airbus through and through, but it's Boeingy enough, being the first Airbus, to allow me to be able to still at least get it from A to B reasonably proficiently there. We'll pop the gear off and we're all looking good. Turn the volume outside so we can have a look at some of the scenery outside. Oh, of course. Only took me an entire day to download all of True Earth scenery. You can't see it at all.
Oscar Mike November, climb and maintain flight level 370.
There we go, coming in here.
One is most grateful for the entertainment during lockdown. This morning I told Philip to go fetch the corgis. H is still looking for them. They're at the kennels.
Oh, Jacksonville Center, hello.
My goodness, thank you very much to Queen Elizabeth II. We obviously are our favourite content creator on YouTube. Thank you very much, Queen Elizabeth, for the £5. Lizzie Windsor, one is the most grateful for the entertainment during lockdown. This morning I told Philip to go fetch the corgis. He's still looking for them. They're at the kennels. Amazing, thank you very much, Lizzie Windsor. And I did pop you a message on Discord, so I was actually catching up with a bit of a few of the messages there, so thank you very much. And,
American 49 Whiskey information, Alpha Current at Orlando International. Expect the ILS from, actually expect a visual, runway 35 left approach.
So I'm just having a little fiddle with the settings here on VATSIM.
November 5 Echo Romeo, the Tallahassee area.
So I'll just turn that volume back up now.
It'd be great if I could find a standby. I'll have it for you in a second.
I will put on a few bits of tunes. It's a very short flight, guys, so we'll start the setup as soon as we reach top of climb.
Altimeter is 3008.
3008, 5 Echo Romeo.
And you can have a look at this as well. Guys, if you have the iniBuilds Airbus A300, you can actually grab this livery as well. Thank you very much to Moen, one of my members, and to all my members who spend their free time to make deliveries for the channel. It's very, always very, very grateful here. You can represent Alpaca Cargo online on VATSIM using the call sign Victor Charlie Papa. Very nice. Yugini says, good day, what a surprise to share the Florida skies with you. I'm the VOAC 707 right behind you. Very happy to see you stream the A300. See you in Miami, runway 09. That's where we're planning you. Thank you very much, buddy.
Yeah, it has disconnected for some reason. Information Bravo now, current. Should be good now.
Right, that's it now.
Brody, any idea when the Passion FPS update is coming out? Hopefully should be the next day or so. I don't know. I haven't spoken directly to iniBuilds about this.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, traffic no longer a factor.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, roger. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a significant performance boost
Alpaca
coming.
1612,
My specs are in the video description below. I'm getting 40 FPS at the moment. That's with Streamlabs running, Navigraph in the background, Xpilot. Very happy with the performance as it is. This, guys, is an issue with my scenery because of the size of True Earth. I have to install it on a second drive, which is a conventional drive, and it takes a while to load in. So that's an issue my side. But, you can hopefully see a little bit of Miami below us now. Lumby, it's about $90. Yeah, I think it's what is it at the moment? It's £70, and then you have to pay
November 5
tax.
Echo
But
Romeo,
it's,
contact Atlanta
you know, you're
Center,
paying a lot for
132.97
that, but
today.
you're getting the high quality aircraft. As I've mentioned already, I'm not going to say every second, but there is a 10% discount for you guys if you use the discount code ALPACA when purchasing, and that's only for the next 3.5 hours, guys, until midnight UK time. There is iniBuilds. The next update will include some performance fixes. Fantastic. But yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes itself. Look how awesome this aircraft is. Thanks, GFace 100. Thanks a lot, Joseph Mistles, for joining as Mistle. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard as a member. Glad you're enjoying the content. You'll get invited to our members-only Discord. Enjoy your custom emojis chat as well. It's a shame it's quite cloudy because I do have all the true Earth scenery
Heavy,
installed for
Jacksonville
Florida.
Center. Climb on maintain flight level 290. Clear direct to Larry.
There we are. So yeah, do ignore this little blue patch here. That is something purely wrong with my side. I tried to fix it, but it's quite difficult unless I install all the scenery on my other hard drive, which doesn't have enough space. Nathan, does this aircraft function well in VR? I have no clue. Asking the wrong person there, I'm afraid. Joe Drake's statement can make a return. I don't have time to leave the flight deck for this flight. I am going to have a break on the second sector to Cancun, about 5-10 minutes or so. But we will have to start setting up very shortly, as it is a short flight.
Southwest 596, Miami Center 135.175.
So here's the ND. We're inbound to Mallet. This is a heading up display, unlike the NG, which is a track up display. This blue arrow, I believe, is the point at which you reach top of climb, which is only 1,000 feet to go. Still managing a climb rate of 3,000 feet per minute.
Canada 1221, contact
350,
Atlanta Center 132.97, 3297, good day.
And you can already see our top of descent points, this little white arrow here, so it's around 130 miles away already.
Center to rings 222 with you 6,300.
So my operator, what we do when we approach the cleared flight level, we just slow
Jacksonville
our rate of
Center,
climb
clear,
down, so
direct
if you can
J-Rock,
push
climb on maintain flight level
the
270.
arrow in, that engages vertical speed at your current rate of
Clear
climb,
direct,
and then it's already hit our require looks at zero, so a little bit late there. Blind eye, how long until we land? I'd say about 35-40 minutes.
J-Rock.
Steve Lang, I live 1 mile from Lizzie Windsor. I can see the castle from my
Canada
living room.
1221,
To
Jack.
flash her landing lights. Steve, she's a private lady. She's concentrating on the stream right now. That's the point. Do I go back to profile now? I'm at 350. I think I do. There we are. And the speed's at the
Frontier flight
econ speed.
407.
Lovely.
Descend on maintain flight 12,000 now.
Amir, what's the -5? So, as part of the checklist for departure, it says set the decision height to -5. Why? I have absolutely no clue, I'm afraid. We'll look at this part of Miami because it's not a massive hole in the sky. Enjoy the flight along the coastline here, but the flight tamper, sorry, I always say that. There are the scenery developers available. The Orbex True F series is really looking fantastic.
Jacksonville Center, America 1218, with you. Flight level 360.
Bavarian Eagle, good evening, Captain. Does the tilt of the weather radar have to be set manually during climb and descent? Yes, so I haven't touched it here. I'm not sure if it's modelled in the iniBuilds A300, but for departure and approach you have it up to around +5, and as you climb you progressively lower it, and then the cruise here to 0 -1, so you just get a little bit of the terrain ahead, around 800 miles.
Oscar Mike November, I got them.
Just go
OMN, transition for our arrival, thank you.
Orlando International Information, Charlie, now turn, wind 040 at 8.
Could be list them in with the -5, yeah,
altimeter
could be.
3007. Air Canada 1221, 1221, Air Canada 1221, Jacksonville Center.
Cool. Nathan Sargent, we're flying over your neighbourhood now. Let's have a look where we are. Excuse my lack of geographical knowledge of the surrounding area. So we've just passed, on our right hand side, Deltona. Titchfield next, Cape Canaveral. Amazing! I didn't know that was just here. Is that where they land? Well, I don't land the shuttle there, but well, we might be able to see it. Look! Wow! Wow! Look! Oh, wow! I didn't realise. Of course, they've even got the rockets there. Amazing! I only just realised. I'm very sorry, Nathan. I'm not looking for your neighbourhood. I'm more interested in the fact we're flying right over Cape Canaveral. So cool. Not land, launch.
Frontier Fly 407, contact Tampa approach 118.15, 1815. Good day.
He lives in the Space Centre.
Neighbor approach
Look, it's Jebediah Kerman from the Kerbal Space Ferry Ground. Shame there's no rocket launch today. Better not leave the door annunciation page open. I'm asking for trouble. Awesome. Touch and go, not today, Listervin. Matt Shirley, if you lost comms now, what's the procedure? Well, it depends on which country you're flying. Standard ICAO rules, you know, you do your usual stuff, try and transmit blind. See if you can try another radio. Obviously, on an aircraft like this, you've got at least two, maybe there's a third radio and observers panel. It's very, very, very unlikely to happen. But otherwise, if you were to completely lose radio communications, 7600, maintain your present clearance for 7 minutes, and then continue en route to send on the hold on arrival. But it's every airport has slightly unique procedures, airspace as well, but we all have that on a manual to check. 777 just did a flight in the 787 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The ILS in this plane is bugged for me. Is it also for you? Yeah, the Microsoft Flight Simulator for commercial jet airliners, remember their default here, so you know, a team like the iniBuilds, I don't know how many years that went into making this. It's a team of people dedicated to making a product behave accurately. The Acerbo guys are doing a great job improving that sim, and there's frequent updates coming out, but the default aircraft are obviously nowhere near to the standard of say this or Zibo or PMDG or something like that, so it's never going to be entirely accurate, which is why I tend to still use and will do for the foreseeable future X-Plane for commercial jet airlines, because it is the best sim for that. Blind Eye 1995, you'll join on the second sector.
Mike India, contact Miami Center 135.175. Good day.
135.175, Alpaca A Mike India. Whenever your birthday is, I do wish you a happy birthday.
Thanks.
Ciao.
Adios. Santa American 303, flight level 340.
Perfect.
American 303.
I got trolled big time. Right, as soon as we checked in, we better start thinking about the setup for the approach here.
Alpaca 782, welcome to Miami, Texas, parking via line today.
Mr. Killer Bunny, my issues I have to pay for the add-ons and so on. I fully respect that, of course, and I know some people, especially if you're younger, they don't have access to the funds for those sort of things.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, this is maintain 6000.
That's the way it is, you know. But things like the Zibo mod in X-Plane is completely free, and it is very, very
Alpha Kilo, this is
quality
maintain
rendition of the
6000.
aircraft.
6,000 about Alpaca 9. Miami Center, United 330, IFR to Chicago.
330 Miami Center, clear to Chicago, the Headley 2 departure that is filed, maintain 5000.
McShiggity Pilot, how did Alpaca get its name originally? So, Mara and I went alpaca walking about a year and a half ago, and one of the members, Mara, I heard a bit of background there, one of the members, Dan, young Dan, suggested it as the name, and I was thinking, oh, I quite like broadsword, but no, it kind of stuck, and then that's how it started. Mara and I love alpacas, basically.
Alpaca 6 Golf Foxtrot, turn left heading 180, just going to maintain 3000, vectors to final.
Try and check in, it's quite busy.
Very 2035 Miami Center, clear to Chicago, the Headley 2 departure that is filed, maintain 5000,
as well.
3401 after departure, departure this frequency, squawk 4525.
Try and check his accounts. Look, we're only 80 miles on top of descent.
American 2035, read that correct. Push to start your discretion. Expect 8 right for departure. Advisory for taxi. Break. Alpaca 6 Golf Foxtrot, 7 miles from Cobra. Turn off heading 120. Maintain 3000 to establish clear Dallas runway 8 right approach.
He's going 8 right in Miami, I think.
JetBlue 335, descend and maintain 4000. Expect Dallas runway 10
So
approach.
busy.
4 right, well, temperature 29908. Down to 4000.
Ruben, you named your team Formula 1 Alpaca Racing. Outstanding.
991 for JetBlue 335.
Miami Center, good afternoon, Alpaca 8, Mike India, flight level 350, inbound to Mike Lima Bravo.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, Miami Center, roger.
Perfect, we're in.
Miami Center, runway 3247 with default.
So we're already actually on the arrival, so I think we should
Envoy 3247, Miami Center, low
need
squawk
to
4526.
get set up here.
4526 for Envoy 3247. And Envoy 3247, squawk mode Charlie as well.
So arrival, it's going to be the Highly 7, we're already on it. And we're going to request runway 9.
0179 Miami Center, same Mach number.
Because that's close for cargo for us here. Because we're going to be parking here at Cargo City it's called, in Miami. I think this controller's... I'm going to double check with the controller anyway, because it might go somewhere else. And we're going to take runway 9. I think some guys are landing 8 right, but runway 9 is better for us, because that's where we want to park. But we can take 8 right, we'll see what it is. The beauty is, again, the arrival takes you to the same place anyway, regardless of the runway in use. So that's all done, I've got the charts I needed. So, descent preparation, ECAM memo, check status.
Sure, Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, descend and maintain 3000.
So everything's fine, econ flow selected, I think that's correct. FMS, enter expected arrival and approach to flight plan, which we've done. Check speeds in the FMS approach page.
Clear direct slipper, cross slipper 12000-2809.
So take off approach, we're going to use full flap, so 30-40, which I think is already selected by the looks of it. Yeah, it is 30-40. MDA, so we'll have a look at that chart. I'm going to set the MDA, it's a DA, but I'm going to set it as an MDA here, so it's 207.
Delta 3556, Miami Center, clear to Atlanta, the Seychelles 6 departure, status files, maintain 4000, expect 320.
Now I don't know at what point, when do I select final approach, because this is some sort of funky Airbus thing where if I push it, it goes into a different logic, or do I need to wait? Awesome. Nathan Sergeant, thanks for the discount code. I can't wait to take a flight. Absolutely awesome. Again, I've got to give credit to one of my members who organised that. So thank you very much again to GFace 100. Guys, there is a 10% discount available on the iniBuilds A300 if you use discount code ALPACA before midnight tonight UK time. So, thanks to all my members who organised that. So thank you very much. So that page is set. You're probably meant to calculate your landing weight, but it won't change by much, but so V approach speed 139 knots, decision height was set the FCU, so that'll be 200 AGL, so we'll put 200 feet here. That's set. Right, let's have a look at the restrictions then. So, starting with the star, arriving in via... We're inbound to Treasure, which you can see here, look, crossing here, 62 knots. There's our topic climb, 7 point at 40 miles. Ford Smokes Morga,
40,
that's coded.
30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, AJ20, for the $5.
It works, so still can't watch you live, but good to see you back in a bus.
Thank you very much, AJ20. I hope your shift is over soon, but thank you very much for your donation there. And yeah, I love this Airbus. It really is awesome. It really is awesome. So thank you very much for popping in. Hopefully, enjoy the stream. Canary, yes, I am. No music this time. It is on. I have to let it turn down a little bit low there. There you go. So yeah, in.
Llama 2 Tango Lima, expect island from 8, right approach,
Llama?
maintain 5,000.
Down to 5,000, expect deep right approach for Llama 2 Tango Lima.
There's a llama online.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, cross Bitoga 13,000, 280 knots, Miami altimeter 298.
At 13,000 at 280 knots, and that's to be passing Batoga, Alpaca 8, Mike India.
0179, reduce speed, Mach
So
0.81.
Batoga, I probably pronounced that wrong. 13,000. I've not done this one yet. So, here we go, speed
Delta
280.
1401, affirmative, follow the Delta 737, Papa hold short
At
November.
13,000.
JetBlue
At.
335, turn right 300.
Oh, look at that!
Envoy
I just
3247,
Airbus.
report back.
I just put the restriction in an Airbus. Just never done it before, and it works. There we are, but it is as per the chart. Has that changed my top of descent point slightly? Oh yeah, we've just passed it, so we need to request descent.
Top left 252, clear direct Ray J. Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, 3 miles from grid, cross grid 3000, cleared LS 8
So we
right.
get high, so we need to request descent here. We're still briefing.
Llama 2 Tango Lima, clear direct Cobra.
You see a little vertical deviation showing high.
Say again for 2 Tango Lima.
We're going to have to use a bit of
Tango
speed
Lima,
brake or
proceed
make
direct
restriction.
Cobra to set and maintain 5000.
Direct to Cobra, maintain 5,000 for Llama 2 Tango Lima.
335 is inducing speed 200 now. JetBlue 35, roger.
Alpaca 8, Mike India for descent, please.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, cross Bitoga 13,000, 280 knots, Miami altimeter 2908.
Descent discretion, Alpaca 8, Mike India. Ah! I forgot! It's the US! I could just do it, can't I?
3000, 280 knots, Miami altimeter 2908.
Oh, goddamn US. Right. 13,000's in for the restriction. Let's see how high we are. I think that's on the progress page. Oh yeah, 4,000 feet high, guys. So what we're going to do is go a little bit of level change.
Spare wing 10.
It's got level change, just like a 7311. 78. And that'll get our nose down. We need to get that up to 0. Top of censored chat, bit premature. Let me finish briefing, guys. So we've been told 13,000 at 280 knots at Batoga. I swear that's not how you pronounce that.
Mike, okay.
This is getting busy now, guys.
Alpaca
Very
87,
late.
Roger. Give way to the American Airbus 320, taxi straight ahead on November to parking today.
Step. There we are. Smokes, Hiley, Keynes.
The Airbus
Smoke, Harley,
A320.
Keynes. Kimber, Jess, then over to Rubo, and then heading. That's all good. Then onto the ILS. So I'm happy that the chart is all set.
2908.
And the ILS. So
50, 40,
let's go
30,
here.
20,
American 169, maintain.
Matt Sonny, thanks for the $3. New Zealand invites me to the Melbourne Sydney milk run. Thank you very much, Matt, for your donation. I will do one of these milk runs soon. I've been promising it. It's very early in the UK though, usually, but I have done a stream early in the morning UK time to make sure I take part. But I promise you, I'll definitely jump in there. I haven't actually done a stream in Sydney. I'm so sorry, but this time's actually not too bad for you. Must be early morning, so thank you very much, buddy. Right, ILS then 110.9. That's here. So busy, guys, because I was too busy enjoying the cruise. 110.9 is active, of course.
JetBlue 1151, Miami Center, climb and maintain flight level
We need
240.
to set it once in the A300.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo, the wind 0607, remaining.
Minimals we set, so yeah, vectors, and then via grit, which is coded in the FMC. Just about to see it there, look. There's grit 3000. It's all coded 3000 feet hard as well, but we'll adjust our altitude accordingly. Right, landing performance then. There's no, I don't think there is a landing performance calculator, but the runway here for runway 9 is 3,900 meters. Even 8 right is 3,200, so it's more than sufficient. We just need to request vectors with our man when we get a little bit closer. I'm a little bit scared. Where's my routing information? On the ND.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Interesting.
1088, Miami Center, clear O'Hare, the heavily to departure.
Okay, so it would seem I've lost my routing information on the ND. I hope we're routing in the correct direction. Does someone help me, please? Thank you very much to Abby KO'd for the $10 as well. Glad you're enjoying the content. Oh, you're in ARC mode.
Yeah, 1088, have you back correct runway
That's
right
me
for
just getting
departure,
stressed there.
taxi.
Right, the only thing we need to now check is, am I going to make that restriction? Oh my goodness me, not been paying attention, back to profile.
Envoy 3247,
Look at that.
expect vectors island runway 9 or
And
approach.
it's been right on VMO MMO here the whole time. My goodness, but at least I made the restriction. Well, I will make the restriction to be at, where's my active waypoint here? 13,000 feet at Patoga. Patoga.
13,280 knots,
I hope we can get the restriction.
2991.
Hold on, where's my little flight plan thing here?
Delta 1310, runway 8 right, line up away.
So 1,600 feet low, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you very much for the $10 there. For became very kind.
Delta
So yeah, this is me
14,
working very hard
01,
because
hold short 8 right
I'm
up
very
91.
unfamiliar with the aircraft still. The path showing me low how, which is great because profile mode should take care of that restriction. So
Envoy 3247,
it's
expect
like a
island runway 9 or
very
approach.
basic function of VNAV, showing us 1,000 feet high. So when we get onto profile, that should appear here, and the aircraft will start pitching for that profile. He says. Tapped in frequency, infrequent icing range. I think that's just a warning just to keep an eye on the icing. And is this guy going to be vectoring me, or do I need to request Miami approach of him? At runway 09, or is Miami approach
Expect
online?
169 instead of maintain 11,000, expect ILS 8 right.
1,000.
I've got a funny feeling, yeah, he's going to be controlling everything here. At Miami sent Alpaca 8 Mike India. Is it possible to request runway 09? We can take 8 right if it helps.
Alpaca 8 Mike India, roger, expect ILS 9er.
Thank you, Alice 9 Alpaca 8 Mike India. Excellent.
And Miami Center, W335 is reducing speed to 180 knots, request
So great, you can see here there's a little blue arrow. That little blue arrow is sort of your green banana on the 737. That's the point at which you'll reach your restriction, so it looks like at 13,000. It is on
turn
the
right heading 1,
Patoga
W335.
waypoint there.
060,
That's it.
cleared ILS runway
So yeah, I
10
think
left.
I've done all the briefing, roughly.
Turn right heading
All the brake I'll put to low.
Maintain 3,000 total temperature level, climate for W335.
It's a bit of a disjointed briefing, but we are very, very short flying. Top of the climb, a little bit quicker than I thought. Oops, I know what I forgot to do was set the local pressure setting. What is that? Again. Can someone, one of my FOs in chat, tell me what the inches of mercury is? It's definitely not standard. It can't be too far off what we had. 2997, thanks G-Face 100.
Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo again. Alpaca 9 Alpha Kilo after
I think it is
November.
Shenzhen waypoint more off, absolutely. I need to do a stream with Shenzhen now.
Delta 1310 with 07
And H1302, we're about to fly over West Palm Beach where X-Plane 72 lives plus. Awesome. He's a great streamer as well. Really, I follow him on Twitter. He's very amusing. Sending the streams and stuff. It's been a while since I popped in, but he's so busy. Wicked.
Envoy 3247 instead of maintain 8,000. 8,000 and we're close to now.
Dave seems strange it didn't incorporate autopilot disconnect into this amazing Airbus. I think it has it, Dave. On the control column, you push the red switch, it disconnects the autopilot, and the auto throttle disconnect switch is here. It's all modelled. I think that's what you're referring to. Cool. Right, so inbound, look, there's Palm Beach.
United,
Looking good for that restriction to be at 13,000 at Patoga, so just went to level change, just like it did the 7.3. Level change, increased the speed, it got a bit close to VMO MMO, and I think it restricted it for me. And that's to maintain 280 knots at this waypoint here. We might have a very brief level segment.
American 781, runway 8 right.
Blind Eye, is it a bug with the aircraft not to get out the keyboard input and the EFB? What you need to do, because I fell for that, is just push enter or escape or finish putting what you need to do. So when I was putting this in here, look, if I did this, I was like, how do I get my mouse? You need to finish putting it in. So like K-Jax, push enter and then you have your mouse back. So don't forget to do that because it caught me out when I started using it. Robin Kellen, you can use the auto throttle for landing. Now, I know I can, and it is an Airbus, so it will let you do it. However, I watched the iniBuilds demo video of this, and they were interviewing a Monarch captain, and they said at Monarch, when they flew the A300, when they hand flew, they actually disconnected the auto throttle, and that's what I want to do, because that's what we do in the 7.3. So, it's two options available to you there.
Southwest 596 to set maintain 8,000, expect ILS runway 9
There we are,
approach.
back on our vertical profile. The profile mode I've heard is, in the real aircraft, was something you had to keep a very close eye on.
Mike India, expect ILS runway 9
It's
approach.
very basic in
yeah,
function.
runway 9
Seems to be working okay. There's almost splatter paint on that EFB. Yeah, I know. Ooh, there's someone's hair there as well.
51,
It's cool,
climb maintain
really
flight
like that.
370.
Right, one to go. Avoiding the Airbus way as much as possible, said Marv. Yeah, we got it.
219. Canadian Express 219, Miami Center, hello, squawk 4532. 4532 in the box.
So the sun might have set by the time we get to Cancun. Just going to make sure we level off at
Bearing
13,000
12,
here,
radar
guys.
contact, letter XC, shell, climb maintain for the crash.
There we are, pitching up.
2000 for now.
Excellent. So, as cleared, the profile mode worked beautifully.
JetBlue 335, runway 10 left, clear to land with Fort Lauderdale, wind 07011.
Palm Beach is off to our left.
Clear to land on runway 10 left, JetBlue 335.
Still looks awesome, honestly. Explain. Especially got to see like flight
Delta
temp.
3556, runway 6, taxi via Foxtrot to Fort Myers, altimeter 3002.
There we are. So we've got a brief level segment here.
American 9660, hold short remain right.
Won't be too long before we need to start descending though. Do we have actually any?
JetBlue
Here? So
1334,
13,000, and then it wants to start descending at Jess.
I can Express 219,
I reckon Jess though.
Maintain 9000, Express 219, thank you.
Jess, if we're a beam here, we get
American
straight in. I probably want to be around
169,
6,000 feet at Jess, so I'm going to stick it in here. Let's put 7,000.
Envoy
So
3247.
I have to highly look at what's going to probably want to start descending. Look. And that's just because if you look here on the chart, Jess, if I was getting a straight in approach, when you're downwind, typically you want around 6,000-7,000 feet. Obviously, you're going all the way out here, which is, look, it's 25 miles from the airport.
Delta
It's very busy, you'd expect
1401,
that, but
radar
I don't think
contact,
we'll get a slight shortcut.
maintain 7,000. 7,000 directed.
Peter, why is RMP already 0.3? It's probably automatically changed. Does that the 7.3 as well? No tower online. Oh no. Yeah, I think this centre's doing everything for us.
Frontier flight 407 with
Oh,
0405,
that's
runway 1 left,
busy
clear to land.
online actually. We've got, oh, Cuba Centre's online as well.
252, radar services, transmitter frequency change approved today.
Very busy.
Southwest 232, Nassau approach offline, radar services, transmitter frequency change approved today.
So right over Delray Beach.
Miami Center, good evening, American 1704.
Can't really see anything though, unfortunately it's too cloudy.
American 1704, runway 1 left, taxi via Whiskey, Tampa altimeter 3008. 3008, world taxi 1 left via Whiskey,
really
American
enjoying this
1704. American 2101,
So there's
runway
Canes
right,
next.
line up away, be ready to go.
Yeah, we want to be at Canes at 10,000, so that's
Roger,
3 minutes. We'll
Llama
start
2,
descent
Tango Lima,
soon.
welcome to Miami, vacate right when able taxi to parking.
Damn you, llama!
American 2101, with 05085, RNF Sonoy, remain right clear for takeoff.
So where's my estimated top of descent point from now on? Because we're saying 10,000 feet at Canes. There's no reference to a top of descent point. That might be just the way the A300 is.
So the 1401, climb maintain 16,000.
Oh, there you go. Look, deviation
Delta
started going.
1310, climb maintain flight level 340.
You can see the vertical deviation moving. Look, see? There we are. That's a good point to start our descent.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, descend and maintain 8,000.
So maintain 8,000 down back at 8 Mike India. Look at that. So that restriction I put in worked quite nicely.
And Solaire 932, Miami Center.
Because I guess he's vectoring us to be roughly on that point. So I'm going to use profile. Just make sure it maintains 280 knots.
American 169, turn left heading 180, vectors to final. 180, vectors to final.
And did the A300 originally come with those glass screens? It did list to it. I think the first ever A300, whenever it came out, had all of his CRT screens here. Message, what does that mean? You forgot to do this. More drag.
9660, right line up away.
You're the boss. Yeah, just get that speed back to 280. So that's like drag required in the 7.3. get the speed back to 280 because it's sort of in
Delta
VNAV at the
35,
moment.
Fisher, make 6 clear for takeoff, the wind, 07011.
Yeah, the screen's a CRT.
Good evening, Miami Center.
Eric, did you reset the out restriction and nothing else? Yeah, I just stuck in roughly where I'd expect to be a downwind there, so that restriction in at 7,000 is where I'd expect to be. So I'll put me in a good position for a kind of 10-mile final.
169, 5 miles from Cobra, turn left at 120, maintain 3,000, still established, cleared out.
Peaches, sorry. Listed I apologies. Listed Peaches correcting me. Maybe the first ones didn't have the glass screens. I don't know. I thought they did. So it should. I guess it should slow for 250 below 100. Yes, at Kane's 250 at 10,000. Yeah, reducing slowly. 270. I think their blue line there represents our target speed.
2101 radar contact. Proceed direct wing code. Climb and maintain 7,000.
This 80's one smooth operator. Yeah, I know. Really good.
American 9660. The wind 0608. RNAV to Sinoy.
He's doing everything. There's no Miami tower, ground, or anything.
Envoy 3247, reduce speed 210 to set a maintain 3000.
Right, there's 10,000. Speed's a tad high. 10 knots, hopefully will let us off. Let's do the post-cruise checks now.
Frontier Flight 407, welcome to taxi park via Whiskey
So,
today.
lights, landing on.
Envoy 3247, turn right 360 to set a maintain 3000.
Fuel sufficient, we've got 10 tons, that's great. APU's not required pressurisation, presume set, so Airbus, it does all that for me, seatbelts are on.
Expect the island runway 8 right approach.
Speed's just about where we need it, 255.
Alpha 1612 to set a maintain of 11,000, expect ILS 8 right approach. Miami Center, American 1704, holding short runway 1 left. American 1704, wind 0606, gust 18, runway 1 left.
Carl, you've got to remember this jet was one that was hijacked and landed at a Tempe Uganda that was 70s back then. It had flying engineer position, 3 cruise, no CRTs. Ah, interesting.
American 169, maintain 17, turn off to 5 miles.
-5, so I've just gone vertical speed there just to control our rate of descent. Approaching our cleared altitude, 900 feet per minute, short
Back 8, Mike India, correction, reduce speed 230.
Reduce speed 230 knots, out back at 8, Mike India. So I'm out of profile
Back 8, Mike
mode.
India, traffic 12 o'clock and 2 miles, Airbus 320 northwestbound at 7,000.
Looking traffic out back 8, Mike India. Hard to see. So 230 knots, sort of on vectors here. Ooh, climb now. That's an R8. It's only 1,000 feet below us. Oh dear.
American 9660, radar contact, proceed direct Winco, climb
It's down there somewhere, guys. So yeah, in real life, if you got an RA like that, immediately do the
Southwest 596, reduce speed 210.
train escape manoeuvre. But there you are, 8,000 feet, as low as we can go at this stage.
Back 8, Mike India, to maintain 4,000.
So maintain 4,000 out back at 8, Mike India. So 4,000 feet is set. I'm going to use level change, so the aircraft will pitch for 230 knots.
American 2101, climb, maintain 16,000. 16,000, American 2101.
Thanks for subscribing, Bray Leeson. Welcome aboard, buddy.
Miami Center, exec jet 801, checking in, flight level 360, good evening.
And down to our left should be Miami Airport. Looking good. A little bit high perhaps for a 10-mile final, but keep an eye on what he wants. What we're going to do is move this switch to ILS.
Okay, 4534 for exec jet 801.
And I'd love to know, guys, this is the distance associated with the ILS, I know from testing, but how do I actually identify the ILS? Do I have to do it old school in the A300 by listening to the VHF, or is there a way of getting the 3-letter ident? So in this case, it's India Bravo Uniform Lima. How do I actually check that?
35 taxi to parking at your discretion, good day.
Is the A300 larger than A319 320? Yeah, absolutely massive, Nathan.
Southwest 596,
Large wide-body cargo jet.
120, join the 9er localizer.
I mean, our takeoff weight today was like 130 tons.
American 169, runway 8 right, clear to land, caution wake turbulence, Boeing 777, departing fire to arrival.
There you go. Guys, be landing in around 5 to 10 minutes.
Southwest 596, 9 miles from Cobra, flighting 120, maintain 3,000, no size, clear dollars from A right approach.
Listen about the 7.6 dimensions, right? Can't be too far off that. Moderate approach, moderate turbulence on the approach to Lima 09. Thanks, Aaron. Being reasonably smooth for me, and I've checked my settings active sky because someone was saying it was quite bumpy, but yeah.
Radar contact, climb and maintain 12,000. 12,000, American 1704.
Beta thrust setting CR means cruise, and I think for descent and climb, well, it has climb, sorry, but I think in descent it stays in
the
cruise.
wind 0709, runway 9, clear to land.
So that's it, it's how it works here. On arrivals like this, they just keep sending you here towards Roubaix, on the, and then you maintain a heading after that if you haven't been cleared.
Double 240 Miami Center, squawk 4535.
But in a good position here to accept a left turn.
Exact jet 601, radar contact, 40 miles southeast of Freeport, flight level 360.
Looking good. Jake Morley, level changes, open descent? Absolutely no idea, I think so.
Maintain 4,000.
It's level change. Same everywhere. Boeing and level change, that's why I love it. Oops, into the cloud we go. I haven't actually looked at the weather once here, guys. But someone did put it in chat. Thank you very much, John Christie, for the $5.
50, 40,
Thanks
30,
for amassing. Oh, I think this one will talk to me anyway.
10.
Lima 7 American, flight 700, right to Golf Watch Clearance, 010.
Thanks for amassing a really great group
American
of helpful
20,
members in
02 Miami Center,
chat.
flight request time by number 1.
Thank you very much. That's very kind for the $5 there, John Christie. Yeah, the guys are absolutely awesome. Great support to me. And
American 2101.
So helpful for me as well, especially when I try new things in Sims and stuff. So thanks, guys.
Mike India, turn left heading 230, vectors to final.
That donation, very, very kind. Oh no.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, turn left heading 230, vectors to final, reduce speed 210.
Left heading 230 degrees and respeed to 210, confirm.
Affirmative.
Perfect. 230 degrees.
American 169, welcome to Miami Tax Departure, November.
So 230, 210.
American, this 1704, contact Jacksonville Center 135.902, good day. Over to
No,
Jacksonville
where you
Center,
going, where you going, where you going? Heading select, where you going? 230, 230.
Under
There we go.
240, radar contact, 35 miles
It's a little
north.
bit early there. Right, so we're quite far out now, 20 miles. I really need to reduce that vertical speed now.
Alpaca 8, Mike India, turn left heading 180.
Left heading 180 degrees, Alpaca 8, Mike India. Oh, damn.
Alpaca 1612,
Oh,
reduce
gosh, it's
speed
not turning.
210.
Oh my god, why is that not turning?
Alpaca 8, Mike India, turn left heading 120, join the 9er localizer.
120 on that heading, cleared localizer, runway 9 at Alpaca 8, Mike India.
United 330, runway 8.
So 120. I've actually got this slightly climbing, that's my fault, but I'll set 100 feet per minute descent. -3. So yeah, a little bit of twiddly knob issues there, but that's a mixture of limitations in a desktop simulator. But correct sensing, glide slopes above, localizers there. We can push. I accidentally pushed VL instead of vertical speed here. I was thinking that was vertical speed, but no. Vorlock is now armed correctly with correct sensing. There we are, 300 feet per minute. Probably should have a notch of flaps out here. Take approach. I think that's flaps up speed 210 knots. Okay, so we're at the up speed here. Good. Yeah, I think that little green dot here represents the target speed and also is in the line there for the up speed. But yeah, that heading's good. Localizer is armed, approaching 4,000 feet, which is out cleared altitude. Heading of 120. I'm doing 122.
Southwest 596, maintain 170.
I was on the heading, but accidentally was out of heading select there. Right, Vorlock, localizer capture. Todd, I have twiddly knob issues all the time. 120 went 122. Yes, that was a slight miss issue, but I think they'll let me off. Right, what was the runway QDM? What an aircraft! It's so hard, but so rewarding. Right, 092. So much for my CDA, but not to worry, still 15 miles out. Glide slope's coming here, so we just need to get a cleared approach, and we're good to go.
Radio check 505.
Alpaca 8, Mike, India, localized, established, runway 9er.
Alpaca 8, Mike, India, 5 miles from grid, maintain for 3,000, still established, cleared ILS from a 9er approach.
Send 3,000 until established, cleared to ILS, 9 Alpaca 8, Mike, India. Well, let's just arm approach. Land. glide slope capture, Cat 2, missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet, which is set. And I'm going to take a notch of flaps now.
American 330, radar contact, flying 060, climb maintain 7,000.
There we go. Top tip, well, certainly in the 7.3, if you establish on the glide slope, make sure you at least got flat one, otherwise the speed will run away.
210. Sure, 179, turn left heading 180, vector to final.
Good job.
182 degrees.
Right. Music's off, establish on the ILS.
Envoy 3247, welcome to Miami, taxi straight ahead via Tango, cross runway 12, left on pop.
Got a good headwind here, 23 knots. I'm going to take another notch of flaps because we're approaching 10 miles here at 11. It's just struggling to slow down slightly above. That's not me not just knowing what the maximum flap speeds are, so I should probably use speed brake first. It's very effective looking. Very close to exceeding the flap 15 speed. Let's give it a nice helping hand. Alarm the speed brake for landing.
Okay, Mike India, the wind 0709er, number 2, ball following up the southwest Boeing 737 on the 1 mile final runway 9er, clear to land.
Runway 9er, clear to land, Alpaca 8, Mike India. So often in the US, they'll clear to land even though there's an aircraft ahead of you. Just don't get in Europe. Right, so flaps 15-15 speed, target reduced 160 to 180, so we'll bug the F speed. 8 mile final now. Speed brakes are armed.
United 330, proceed direct Hadley,
ground spoilers are on, nose lights set to take off. We're all ready to go, just need to configure for landing. Guys, get your landing rate guesses in. If you're watching, this flight's been awesome, albeit very busy. That last 20 minutes has been very tough, but very rewarding. But if you're enjoying it, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, guys. Wicked, wicked, wicked.
American 1401, climb maintain flight level 360.
Right, so we'll wait till about 5 miles to configure. I missed the surface wind there, but you can see Miami straight ahead of us. This is the true Earth scenery from Orbex. All established, looking good. Speed slightly dropping off below target speed there. Could be a little bit of a gust from the wind there. I'm going to start configuring a little bit earlier here because I'm still new here. Get down. Flaps to 3, or whatever the setting is. Bless you, Mariana. I heard a sneezing in the background.
Fiber submarket 2702.
American 2702.
So our final speed, 139. So we'll put that straight in 8.
American 2702, clear to
Gear, we've got 3 green. Going to select the landing flap now. 39 knots. Lights are on. Speed brakes armed. Water brake is set to low. All good to go. No brake found until you exit the runway. Thank you very much for the intel on that. Right, I'm going to go and fly this old school, guys. Right, water throttle's disconnected. I know you're going to moan at me for doing that. And going to disconnect the autopilot now as well. Oh, what's the button? Oh, the button on the side's not working. Right, how do I shut it off again? Press the button again, I think. There we are, that's happy. Right, 2 reds, 2 whites. Speed's a tad low.
Checked in, my V pilot crashed. I'm squawking 4534.
I'm trying to get. There we are, so correct rate of set there. Speed's good, 2 reds, 2 whites. A bit early, a bit late disconnecting there. Check. 3 whites, keep sending. Bit misty. Oh, I need to clean my windscreen, I think. There's minimums.
Yeah, 1088, runway 9er, line up and wait.
3 whites, I'll keep it descending now. Oh, thanks for turning the lights on.
1401, are going to maintain flight level 340, climbing up to 360.
Check, close. Oh, the attitude. Oh, it's looking good, guys. Oh, minus 25! Outrageous. Right, speed brakes are up. Oh, there's reverser's light. Oh, wow. Yes. Oh, maintain sentinel at least, right. There's 80 knots, manual braking. I'll take the next exit here because it's 7-3 here. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll try and scoot behind. Oh, idle 60 knots. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Miami with a greaser. Right, stow the reverses.
Yeah, 330, climb and maintain flight level 380.
And we've made it. Wow. Serious flight there, yeah, Todd. No one saw that. Alright, try not to get up to the southwest APU here. Wait for our taxi instructions.
Target 2101, cresting.
Cool.
American
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the second right here. This guy's super busy. Outback 8 Mike India vacated runway 9. I'm going to take parking to Cargo City.
Oh, and then pop into the gate today. Cross runway 12. Outback 8 Mike India, welcome to Miami Taxi. Follow the Southwest Boeing 737 via Tango, cross runway 12 and pop into the gate today.
As copied Outback 8 Mike India, we're just going to park at the Cargo City if that's okay, via Sierra.
Alright, Outback 8 Mike India, taxi there via Sierra today.
Thank you, good day. Perfect, that's it. Perfect, I wanted to go there because that's the most realistic place to go. Wicked, right, let's do the cleanup. So flaps coming up. Speed brakes coming up. We need to check the wheel brakes. So yeah, 230 degrees and they are still getting hotter, so we'll pop the brake fan on. I'll just show you where we're taxiing, guys. So we're going to take Sierra, next left, and then here's Cargo City. Bit of immersion and realism there. Wicked! Oh yeah, let's do the taxiing music, of course.
53 Romeo, Roger, VFR departure to the north, approved departure with me, squawk 4540.
So we're going to go to Cancun shortly, guys. We'll try and get this clearance for this guy soon. He's going to be super busy. Can't believe it, minus 25. That's got to be close to a record. Down in the Airbus A300, absolutely. This scenery is just from the gateway, guys. Default Miami gateway scenery. Really impressive how it looks. Yeah, my windscreen's very dirty. Look at the colours here. I have to squint through it on approach. Hologram flight deck symbols and Airbus pilot another life. There we go. I think it's just the sun reflecting. Because look, as we turn this way, you can see how it looks slightly different here. Right, how are you? Sorry, still a taxi in here. I'm just going very slow. So just make sure we get everything done correctly. So after landing, ignition off, APU starts. A little bit higher with the N1. Take the next left here. Entry will reset to 0 shortly. 40% N1 is as much as you really need when you're taxiing.
Atlanta, the end of 8 departure, lace and transition is filed.
Stroke will take off.
Departure with me, squawk 4542.
Landing lights we can retract. Well, the APU is very quick to fire up. Accelerate. Oh no, still accelerating, so. And then we'll just take any of the parking stands here. Unfortunately, none of the ramps numbers are here, so we're just going to take a random left on one of the stands, unfortunately.
American 781, comment maintain for level 360.
Is the windscreen dirty because of flies? Can get flies, a lot of flies in real life, but I don't think that's the case here. Let's take this left here, let's park on that stand.
Canadian Express 219, contact Jacksonville Center 135.92.
Turn off lights coming off, and
Delta 1401, contact Jacksonville Center 135.92, good day.
Where are you? There you are, off. That'll do quite nicely for us.
American 2702, made right taxi via November, Mike 1, line meal, Perimeter 2992.
Right, let's go for that view. Here's the explained 11 lighting doing its thing. Let's go. I don't know if they have one for the A300. Oh, there is the A332. I know, we're close to that's A330, but we'll take it.
Alpaca 5, Yankee Kilo, Miami Center, Roger.
And let's bring it to a stop. Just here. Look, there's our cargo for our next sector, all ready to be loaded. Right, on stand, so parking brake is set. So brake temperature monitor. It's already brought up the doors there, so we'll select. I think it's under wheel. Yeah, look, they're amber. They're a bit hot, and it even says hot here. I think that's because I was braking quite hard to make sure I didn't go in the back of the Southwest 7.3 there. So that's done. Nose light off, parking brake set, AQB, turn that on. That's on. And then engine fuel levers to off.
Yeah, 1088, proceed to stymie, climb and maintain flight level.
There they are, spooling down. You have to wait a little bit longer, but I'll turn the beacon off now. And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Miami International Cargo City in the iniBuilds Airbus A300. What a first sector that's been. Busy. My goodness, that last 30 minutes because it was such a short flight. Coming in there, I was getting a little bit overwhelmed, especially the aircraft's unfamiliar, but the thing is, it has so much in common still. With the 7.3, like the basic pitch mode of level change vertical speed, I reverted to that on the approach, which I would have used anyway, so it was really cool to have those modes as well. Fantastic to having the ATC for the entire sector, which I wasn't expecting, but really nice, and to top it all off, a minus 25 landing rate coming into Miami International. Absolutely crazy. Sim 737 pilot unload ops, I would love to, but of course it's a flight deck to sim live stream, and we need to do the replay, and if I do the replay with the cargo doors open and the loader, it's not going to look that great, but as soon as I transition, prepare for the next sector, I'll have a 5 to 10 minute break, we'll have all the doors open to load up for our next sector to Cancun. But guys, if you're enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to smash the thumbs up as well, subscribe to stay up to date with the content. Thank you very much. I'm just looking back here at chat. Don't sink. Would you like some toast with that butter? Outrageous. Sink rate pull up said Black Plague. More faith, please. Amazing. Nightbot clean windows. Outrageous. Alright, guys. Well, let's knock off a VATSIM. That's done. And turn down the music here and start the funky replay music. There we are. So yeah, don't forget, guys, not finished yet. This is just the halfway point for the stream. I've just got to have a look at that buttery landing, of course. Yeah, when I disconnected the autopilot, I think I did that slightly in the correct order. It was moaning at me the whole time. Let's have a look here from the threshold. Magpie, my brakes will still be hot when I start, most likely. Yeah, they're in the caution area. I need to wait 40-50 minutes. Anyway, let's have a look at that from there. It was a little bit of a float to ensure that you set. Look at that. Oh, look at the gear just settled down. Absolutely beautiful. This angle. Such a tank, this thing. Oh, have I timed the replay music perfectly? I think I have. I have. Oh, look at that. That is the epitome of a buttery landing. Not that great in real life though, because you probably delayed the speed brakes extending, but there you go, you've got the Miami skyline in the background. Absolutely wicked. Right guys, well, I'm going to pop you back into the wing view so you can enjoy that approach here. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to join the view slightly to the right so you can enjoy that buttery landing from the gear, thing I don't usually do. But if you're enjoying the flight so far, stay put. I'm going to, as soon as we touch down, put you to the Be Right Back screen. I'll take a 5-10 minute break. Most of it should be to set up the next flight. And I'll see you all very shortly for our next sector to Cancun. Be back in a bit. Bye.
brought levity to each other's lives. But there's a lot more to life than that, and I realized that in these last few years. And we just became very different people. And so we had nothing in common overnight. It's very strange, but that happens.
It's some new technique. Must be, but when did you learn to do that? It's some new technique. Must be, but when did you learn to do that?
Right guys, thank you very much for that intermission. Didn't get much time for a break because I'm so busy getting everything set up for the next sector, but I will take the opportunity on the way to Cancun to take a 5-10 minute breather. Otherwise, I have not done anything to the simulator apart from end replaying exactly where we parked it. X-Plane's still running smoothly. We've just finished offloading our first shipment. We're now uploading our shipment to Cancun for Alpaca cargo crates. We've got 4 crates to upload, which is a really nice feature. This is all included with the iniBuilds A300, which is really, really cool. And as we mentioned already, don't forget you can grab this fantastic aircraft with a 10% discount from iniBuilds today if you use the discount code Alpaca, which is only valid until midnight UK time. Again, thank you very much GFace100 and iniBuilds for giving that promotion this evening. Hologram, Llama Burgers? Yeah, that'll do. Llama Burgers, not that reputable. You see Llama International Airlines carrying their own stuff, so we have to do it here in Alpaca. But yeah, really, really nice to see. Very busy here. We've got a few other Alpaca Airways here as well. Look at the A300. Awesome. Scenery is just from the gateway, remember, completely free. We do have true earth scenery all in the background here. As you can see here, as you jump into the flight deck, the sun is setting. Absolutely beautiful. No doubt it'll be dark by the time we get to Cancun, but we'll crack on anyway with the transit setup. Kieran, for their first aircraft, they really have done other developers to shame. I'm inclined to agree, Kieran. I mean, for their first ever one, it's just absolutely awesome. I don't know if you watched the first sector, but just absolutely wicked. And you'll see here, like when I did with testing, multiple sectors, you don't need to shut the sim down, absolutely no problem at all. Works absolutely fine. Right, I forgot to put that to standby. Wicked. So, I'm going to do sort of a transit setup here. I only have the expanded full startup procedures, which I'm kind of flicking through quite quickly here. Most of it we've already done. Just to verify. The only thing I did do differently was switch the external power on and the APU off, which I think tripped the pitch and yaw damper here. But yeah, external power's on, APU's off. That's the only thing I did do, apart from leaving the aircraft there. All the luggage for the other A300, possibly hologram. Right, electric indicator panels done, fuel panels set. So let's have a look at our flight plan. I just grabbed this from SimBrief, to be fair. So close that. Slightly longer flight time, 1 hour and 23 minutes. 13.5 tons required. We'll take again an extra half an hour, so 5.2 tons. Let's call it 2.5 tons on top of that, so that'll be 15.9. Let's call it 16 tons of fuel, so we'll get that ordered now. So load and manager. It was 16 tons, wasn't it? Yes. So 16. Execute and load fuel. There we are. Clear the ECAM, and it does say 16 tons of fuel. Lovely. 11 tons per hour, not quite. This has been 5 tons an hour, so that seems to be what it burns, twice as much as the 7.3. We're going to keep it as 25 tons, nice and simple, because the flight plan's based off the zero fuel weight given from taking 25 tons. So load next as well. So that's it, all the data's there, we won't just send that right away. First thing we're going to do is pretty much load the FMC, because the rest is all configured and set. So let's go down here to the flight plan page. No, we want it in A page, so here is our operational flight plan. That's the cargo door closing in the background. Oh, talking about incredible immersion realism, look at this in here. So here's the first door and the steps as well, but you can walk through this. And you can see, look, it's obviously full, look, because of all the cargo crates. But you can actually, and the door's closing, look, and the ramp, but you can actually control the door. These all work here, all these buttons and switches. So you can open the door 145, 70 degrees, close, open, all works. I'm not going to show you because I want to crack on with the setup there, but it's all modelled. Really, really nice touch. So yeah, as I was saying, FMS. Listerman's impressed. Miami Centre's closing. That's probably a good thing, Andy, because it's very busy. Without having, like within Jacksonville, delivery ground tower, it'd probably be a very long wait. But we always appreciate ETC on that, so anyway, we'll see what we can get. Going into Cancun, perhaps. Right, so Miami. Kilo Mike India Alpha. Going to Cancun. First ever time going to Mexico in a live stream. Alternate is called Merida. And that's Mike Delta. That's in. Fly ID. Call sign is now going to be Alpaca 4 Charlie Uniform. Cruise wind. Let's take the topic line wind again. It's 250 at 58. Fortunately, a bit of a headwind. That's done. Next page. Block fuel was 16 tons. Zero fuel weight was It's 115. I know it is because I've seen from testing there, but I don't want to lose. Oh, there, 114.8. There we are. So it is a heavy bird. CG 30 this time. And cruise level for this section is going to be 340. So we've loaded up the 2 init pages. Let's now go to flight plan. Miami, SID. It's going to be runway 9 for departure, and it's going to be the Johnsy 2 with the M-Nate transition. There we are. Oops, I forgot to press insert. Routing starts from M-Nate then. So, I don't think I do this the most efficient way, but I press M-Nate and then put the new waypoint here. That's how I did it in testing, works out okay. So it's Fizz. You've got 2 options here. You need to make sure you select the correct one. It's an NDB, it's 2 in the database. So the best way of doing it is to go into your flight plan. There's Fishhook, NDB. Look, north 2432. So we've got 25 north. Then west 08147. So it's actually the bottom one. So a bit of a gotcha because in the 7.3 you'd instinctively select the first one because it'd be programmed as the closest. But in this case, it's actually the second one. So be very careful with that. From Fizz, we're going to be going direct to Kanoa. I'm probably completely mispronouncing all of this. There's Kanoa. From there, direct to NOSAT. And that's the beginning of the arrival. So, Mumun. Start. It's going to be the NOSAT 1 Bravo. ILS 4 it's called, 1-2 left. ILS 4, 1-2 left, and it's going to be the Ridug transition for us today. And I only know that from testing and having a look at the charts when I was testing sector yesterday. All about preparation, you see. Oh, again, forgot to push insert. So just have a quick look at the charts in front of me, guys. Just bear with me, just to make sure after NOSAT is Hatcho. To load the new flight plan. Arrivals. NOSAT 1 Bravo. Overlay. Yes. So it is from NOSAT direct to Hatcho. Great. So I can just delete the discontinuity. Perfect, and of course we'll brief all this later for you guys, just to show you on the ND. So runway 9er, stepping through, Johnsy, Vector Kilo Zulu, Levi Nrix, M-Nate Fizz, Kanda NOSAT Hatcho Lettuce Ampus 500 522, and that takes us all the way around on an RNAV arrival towards 1-2 left. 2 tons of love, you picked up the A300 with the discount, absolutely wicked, as again, massive thanks to iniBuilds for doing that, and for GFace 100. Guys, if you use the discount code Alpaca in the store, you can grab this fantastic aircraft. No doubt we'll be doing a group flight in this. Welcome back to the Hangar Pilot as a member, glad you enjoy the content, welcome board, back on board, and I'm sure you're well aware of how to get back into the Discord as well, and enjoy your custom emojis to chat. Thank you very much. So that's it, flight plan wise, alternates. I'm not going to put the routing in for the alternate, let's just do the performance whilst we're at it here. VATSIM, what do we have available here? There's nothing, everything's offline now, there's nothing, no center, no ATIS available, so I'm just going to have a look at the meta instead. Phone's on a bit of a go slow here. Thanks, Hangar Pilot, welcome back, buddy. Andy, when you extend the slats, focus on the leading edge wing route. Very interesting way that little bit works. Alright, Andy, I'll try and remember. So I'll take a look at that. So Miami, not the nicest evening. 0709, 10 statute miles, light rain, 2,500. Not too bad. There's a few CBs around, so we'll keep an eye out for that. So we're going to ascend to take our performance. And we need to put that information in again. So Miami, runway 9er. Wind from the METAR we're using, 070. At 9er. Temperature is 27, very humid here. Altimeter is at 29902. Pressure's dropping. Set. That's going to be 1013. Wind. It's light rain, so I'm going to put that to wet. Anti-ice not required. Takeoff weight set. I'm going to use that default configuration again, a 15.0, and let's compute that. So in this case, again, we've got similar performance, flex temperature of 47 degrees, V speeds are set there as well, V2 is 176. So this time, second segment is again the limitation, but also brake energy. I think that's probably down to the fact that my brakes are absolutely toast still from that landing. Really interesting, let's take that into account. Well, they're 180 degrees, so it's quite an interesting topic, brake cooling, because on certain sectors, if you don't use reverse thrust, which we did with auto brake, you can really overheat the brakes. So I wonder if that's been taken into account. What brake energy is, it's a takeoff performance limitation which can affect your V1. It's a speed called VMBE, or maximum brake energy speed. And essentially your V1 can be limited by a rejected takeoff because the brakes can only absorb so much energy, and a rejected takeoff is presumed with idle reverse or no reverse thrust. So if you've got hot brakes, you actually have to limit your V1 speed to make sure in the event of an RTO, the brakes have enough ability to absorb that energy and stop the aircraft. So that's really interesting that that's a performance limitation. Very unusual to have that in the 7.3 as a limiting factor. Does the A300 have brake fans? It does, and they're on still. As you can see, they need to be. They're still hot from the previous sector. Listen, how long is that discount valid for? The Alpaca discount code is valid till midnight UK, so you've got only an hour and 20 minutes to be able to use that discount code. So before we land in Cancun, the promotion will be finished. So make sure you grab it now if you want to utilise that 10% off with the iniBuilds A300. Right, anyway, let's do the performance. So take off, send data. Data received. Remember that V2 speed was 176, which you'll set up here. Very high V speeds. Wicked. So I think the FMS is all loaded, just trimmed 1.2 units down, which I forgot to reset on the taxi in. Thank you very much for stopping by Jacksonville, said Jeremy. Glad I was able to jump on town for our Alpaca crew. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for the ATC. Very, very good of you. Cool, so that's all set. Trim, flaps, oh yeah, flex temperature. 47, and that's going to give us 1.452. Which you can't cross-check with the performance calculator, but yeah, that's all done. I think the FMS is loaded, so... no ATC at the moment, so where we are on the checklist here, I'm just going to basically do a kind of panel scan. We need some lighting on as well. Put the dome light on. Look at the lighting in here, absolutely beautiful. So this is all set. I'm not going to touch any of these switches. You'd obviously do a full proper panel scan here. Fuel tanks are all in. We've got the fuel in all the tanks except the centre. Lights are as we needed. We'll get the APU started now. MCP is set, so let's have a look at this SID. I'm so used to having the Avitab down there. iniBuilds, get the Avitab integration onto your iPad. That would be really cool. Oh yeah, set the DH to -5. Well done, Joseph. That's, again, I'd love to find out why we need to do that. But it is required in the checklist. So departure expecting is a John Z2. Oh yeah. So taxi, we're going to push back face southeast and then taxi via here's Romeo onto Sierra, and then we'll taxi via Sierra 1 for departure runway 9er. Runway 092, here's the SID then. So an RNAV SID, runway 9 at climb on heading 092 to 520 feet, then direct to Johnsy, then on depicted route to the Victor Kilo Zulu VOR. So I think if we leave that in nav mode, it should deal with that for us. The stop altitude's 5,000 feet, so we'll set that here. What do we have in the FMC? 520 feet Johnsy. So I think if I leave it in nav, it should wait till that height and then command the right turn automatically to Johnsy. So that's all looking okay. So MCP is set. Elevation in Cancun again is sea level, I'm pretty sure, so we'll leave that at 0. Brake temperature falling down. Leave that on flight plan. That on the takeoff page, and the rest is all set. Again, just double checking. There unfortunately is no ATC whatsoever. So we get the better push back on his way. The APU starting up, so something like that. Probably like a one-way direction system. I have no clue. Actually, I'll have to leave a segment like this.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me
So
through the
APU is
menu
available.
when you are ready.
Let's put the APU generator. No, it does it automatically, doesn't it? So that's fine. It's running. We'll put the APU bleed on. Love this. Look, pressure's on. Pack switches move to open. Crossfeed opens as well to provide packs pressurization. Very much like the 7.3, except the isolation valve you need to do manually. It's just a little bit more automated. Right, I think we're all good.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
So close all the doors. Ground ops. So exits, close all. I presume it's doing that. It sounds like something's kadunking outside. Riv chocks, external power. Why is that? My click spot's not working, there we go. Okay, for some reason I can't remove the chocks or external power at the moment. And the chocks are definitely in there. Oh, look at that. See, does anyone know? Look, if I click it, it goes briefly yellow, then back to green again. Is that because, maybe I have to disconnect
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Nice touch. That's really nice. You actually have to disconnect the external power first to be able to disconnect it on the EFB. These guys have thought of everything. Right, better stick ourselves on Unicom anyway.
Wind.
Mike.
What was that?
Mike.
Mike, uniform, November, airport information, Oscar, Kilo, Mike.
What in the world? Some random frequency. Right, so pack study to turn off, anti-collision light is on.
So connected
and transponder, we'll put to
bypass pin
transponder.
inserted. Release parking brake.
Squawk 2000 as its only or something. Oh my. There we go. Parking brake released. There we go. Let's go to Mexico. Let's go to Cancun.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
So use crank A. Start. It's quite busy here. There's Alpaca Airways A300, I think, pushing back there. That was Active Sky explained. ATIS. Oh, I thought I had that off. There's 15%. That's the N1 required for the engine start. What's the FPS doing here? I'm getting about 20 FPS here. The reason is it's the I've got everything running and the scenery for True Earth here. I could do with that iniBuilds update, I think. Oh, it's a nice calmer sector already. compared to that first one. I can take a deep breath.
50, 40, 30.
Thanks, Locked for your
20,
donation and continued support,
10.
buddy. Hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you very much. I always forget that currency. 5 we're on. Massive engine codes. Yeah, I know. Big spinners. These are the Pratt & Whitney engines. Oh, look at that. There's another alpaca there. Another A300. Look at that. I think it's going to be a really nice departure with the sun setting over Miami. Oops, I probably should be transmitting on 122.8 my intentions. Right, looks like a good start on engine number 2. Again, I don't know the stabilisation criteria with 20% N1, N2 around 60 is similar to the 73-300. I don't use EPA. Where we are. Right, that's all good. Starting now, engine number
Operation
1.
complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Wicked. Matt, my wife asked if there's anything wrong with the left phalange. Oh dear, distracted. Need to get some fuel to my engines. At 2 tons of love, is that the standard Miami Skyline or the Dzeski one, or one with Ortho download? None of them 2 tons of love, it's all the True Earth scenery from Orbex.
See you next time, and have a great flight.
Amy, I think you left the flaps full for landing. Huh? They're up, 0, 0, and up. They're definitely extended though. Is that a sim thing? Well, I'd be going back on to stab with that technical issue. Right, well... Oh look, I've just realised there's the maximum flap extension speeds, which is pretty cool. Alright, well, interesting. Let's see if... Did I do that on testing? I can't remember if I did that on testing or not. Right, what I'll do, I'll try and configure the flaps, see if that fixes it. So after start flow first, let's do this. Ignition off, AP bleed off, AP master switch off, anti-ice is required, speed brake arm, rudder trims reset, flaps set for takeoff. Right, let's try that. The leading edge, oh look, it just snapped up. I guess that's a little bit of a sim glitch there. That's definitely fixed it. I just saw them spring up very quickly. You know, it's the second sector have not shut the sim down, so sometimes they can just slightly misbehave. I can't remember if they did that on testing, but they've definitely extended now. And so it's an Airbus thing, hydraulics pressurising. Ah, so the flaps, do they actually droop? I should think with... Well, actually, to be fair, I didn't have the electric hydraulic pumps on, so it actually... It's probably 100% correct. Again, I'm in the complete wrong position to be able not to confirm that, so I'm not rated on this aircraft, but it's definitely it works. Trim set for takeoff, which it is 1.2, which is set. And that's it, we're all pretty much ready for taxi. Just again verify there's no ATC. There isn't.
Roger.
Just make sure we're happy with our taxi routing as well. And Miami traffic, Alpaca 4 Charlie Uniform, taxi Honey Point, runway 9er via Sierra. Cool. Parking brake released. Do a config check. No takeoff config warning. About 40% N1 just to initiate that taxi. And we're on our way, guys, to Cancun. Not a real A300 pilot, hashtag. Cool. G-Face 100, turn it off and on again. Fixes many ailments.
Crossing runway 12 and continue taxi runway 9 obvious, yeah.
Taxi, the lighting for the taxi and turn off lights, awesome. And there's the Miami skyline ahead. What an add-on. Get back onto the taxi line though. So that's about 18 knots, that's the primary reference to it when you're taxiing is always your ground speed. Maximum 30 knots on my operator in a straight line. And then we're going to take that first right and then right again on Sierra. So on Yankee now. Good. Take the next right and then we'll do some checks. Then we'll join Sierra. There is no one online. No, it's all good. So we'll do the before takeoff checklist now. So config we've checked. Flaps, well, the slats are in 15. The trailing edge flaps are up. Speed brake is armed for departure in the Airbus. And briefing. Air conditioning pressurization is set. Departure is going to be climbing straight ahead. Who's going to say clear for takeoff? Is that? I think that might be a random. Oh, speaking on Unicom. So we're going to climb straight away runway heading to 520 feet, and then when we're at 520 feet, going to make a right turn to Johnsey, and then to Virginia Key, lovely, and then to Nurix, and then M8. Stop altitude is 5,000 feet, which I've set on the MCP. We're going to fly an NADP2 departure. That is to say, we're going to climb straight ahead to 1,000 feet and then accelerate. There we are. Check's all complete. Flight control is the only thing we need to do, so we also need to check the brake temperature prior to departure as well. This is where it's quite hard to taxi, and also do ECAM. So let's firstly do wheel. The temperature of the wheel is 125 degrees. Now it says on the checklist brake fans for departure. If brake fans are on and the temperature is more than 150 degrees, delay for takeoff. We're just within limits, like over 125, but I'll leave the brake fans on. And as soon as we climb out, we'll turn them off. Again, I'm not 100% sure if that's the correct procedure, and we just need to do the flight control check. So, flight controls. So, up on the elevator, and down, roll left. You see the spoilers moving, and the ailerons, and then rudder. I'm instinctively using left rudder look to try and maintain centerline, so there's left. Oh no, I'm trying to use that. I'm now using the tiller. So there's left, neutral, right, neutral. So all the flight controls are checking. Everything's green. I know everything's green in Airbus. That's good. Right, all good. Check's complete. Oh, blind eye. Yeah, sim crashed on the start. Sorry, buddy. Really sorry to hear that. So we are on Unicom. There's some traffic ahead of us on departure. Just turn the volume slightly. Looks like the southwest that we landed behind.
Yeah, 115 heavy or not heavy. Going 747 run short final for 09.
Is there one final?
Yeah, we're waiting. Southwest 596.
Oh look, there's someone on final runway 9. Very good. That's nice coordination. 122.8. Declan, why do you use flap 0 on departures? That's standard operating procedure. Yeah, for the A300, their first notch flap setting here is 15.0, so the slats or the leading edge devices are in 15 degrees, which you can see here. The actual trailing edges are at 0, they're actually up. It's incredible, but apparently that's a routine flap setting for departure on the A300. I found it shocking when I first found out.
Gotcha, I want to see if there's radar or if it's going to have any wind shear.
Thanks for subscribing, Nikki Kiki. Welcome on board. It will be a night flight to Cancun, but now I have actually got the scenery from Windsock Simulations. We'll definitely do another flight from Cancun. I was actually thinking of bringing the Concorde back from Cancun to the UK. It might be a little bit too far out. So we'll let the Southwest go first, of course, because he was there, but might as well use every single bit of runway. Right, parking brake set. Might be here for a few minutes, just waiting for that aircraft to land, and then obviously the Southwest ahead of us. Yeah, way too far for the Concorde. I thought so. Raised to hell.
We are on final about land.
So I found on my VATSIM volume, when other people are transmitting, it's very the volume level can vary considerably between users, whereas ATC is usually quite consistent. So I'm trying to change the volume around.
It's about 21 miles from correction. It's going to be taking ILS 109.
Yes, he's got those unique flaps that you only ever find on certain 737s. Is he going to get a minus 25 though? I still can't believe that. United. Oh, look at the lights on United. So Southwest is lining up behind, and then we'll go behind him here. Remember, this is completely uncoordinated. There's no ATC here, so we're just sort of doing it ourselves, which is the great thing about that, so you can still do that. Right. Preempt this, so landing light on, nose light to take off. It is a bit early, but we'll put the strobes on. Might put the nav logo switch to 2, because I think that puts the logo on as well.
Now 115, we've vacated the runway. Just be advised, a little bit turbulent on the takeoff.
Clear that. Right, status page. I don't think I ever turned the weather radar off. Whoops. And then we'll put that to TAR in. I need to have a look at my active sky settings, because I swear I've got all the turbulence settings on. A lot of people were complaining about turbulence on VATSIM and now, but I don't seem to be getting any.
Greetings from Germany to flight deck to sim and stream.
Oh, really? I don't like people shouting out. If that carries on, I'll just log off, because there's no ATC anyway. Matt, it was quite bumpy for me on takeoff. Yeah, I'd actually like to know. I'll have a look at the. That's. I think that's it, guys. I mean, there's no ATC, guys. So I'm just going to disconnect. I'm really sorry to those of you joining in on the flight, but you just get. You know, I keep my streams very PC. I'm not going to say the word, but you just get idiots who are just like, yeah, unbelievable. Right. Anyway, I imagine we've got a takeoff clearance anyway. As I said, there's no ATC at all. I might pop back online later. Is your active sky setting use VATSIM weather checkbox? Yes, it is on 737 Pilot, 100% that one. So I was actually checking the settings earlier, because when I flew this test sector yesterday, the weather conditions were very similar, but it was very smooth in most places. Wind's definitely active, because I had very strong crosswind in Cancun yesterday, and I really had to decramp quite a bit, so that's definitely working. Right, have I forgotten anything major, guys? I hope not. Just got to select my node profile and nav. There we are. And guys, get your toes in chat. We're all ready to go. Look, I won't even forget it. Look, reset and run. Let's start the timer. Oh, is that on chrono mode? Hold on. Stop. Run. We're all ready to go. Brakes off. 40% N1. Engine to stabilise, push toga. Set takeoff thrust. Just doing what toga would do. There we are. Takeoff thrust of, I think it's 1.45, something like that. That's set. Indications are all normal. Light forward pressure to control comes to 80 knots. There it is. So release that forward pressure. B1 of 168 so fast. Awesome. V1 and rotates. And we are airborne. Positive rate of climb, gears coming up. And trim. Should be a climbing turn around 500 feet. Is it going to command it? Yeah, it is. Look at that. It works really well. There's climb power. Gonna lower that nose. Is it going to bug up for me? I think it will. Yeah, acceleration high. So lower the nose, bug up. I usually do a flyby view, but I just want to make sure this is working, which it is. Doing fantastically. Flaps up. Time for a little bit of a flyby. It's just awesome. One awesome aircraft. The navigation works, the display works. It's obeying all those high speeds. These guys, it's their first aircraft they made as well. Absolutely crazy. Right, approaching 2 to go. So I'm just going to trim her out. Autopilot on. You can hear that little whoop, whoop, that's the trim. And we'll imagine we've got continuous climb because there's no ATC. So let's stick a higher altitude in here before we get out to quiet. Oh, it just got there, look. Profile, what's happened out there? So what did I do? That's something I did, completely my fault. So it went to outer quiet and I set a higher altitude, so I think it went to level off at 5,000. And I'm just going to go straight up to our cruise level, which is 340. There she goes. There we are. Just do the after takeoff checklist now. So, spoilers disarm. There we go. Lights, nose, and when we turn off, lights can come off. Ignition set to continuous as required, which it isn't. PAX as required. TAT the most 22, so we don't need engine anti-ice. AP verify off. It is. That's it. After takeoff checklist complete. What I am going to do, guys, because I know there's a lot of people joining me, I am going to reconnect to Xbox. I am going to reconnect to VATSIM. I am just going to detune or turn the volume down until I get ATC. There you are. So you can hear I'm back on VATSIM now. Otherwise you just get silly, I don't know way to put it, with idiots online. There's no ATC. Wicked. So there's lovely. And then we're going to be going to NREX next. All looking good. And we'll set standard as well. Why are the two altimeters showing the same thing right next to each other? So you've got 3 altimeters, primary, standby. This one's in meters as well. Climbing to flight level, so we'll set standard now, probably a bit early in the US, because we have to wait until 18,000, but it's done. Marcus, sorry for mentioning the stream on the radio. No problem, but I very much like the guys on VATSIM, just to, you know, I know there's no ATC and you want to say hello and stuff, that's great, but keep VATSIM for you know, professional ATC and stuff. I've had it a few times where people have said stuff, well, there's loads of ATC and it wasn't busy. This is probably the time if you had to do it was now, but just don't do it at all. That's it. Thanks for saying. And no, Xbox 2 is in the opposite direction, said Brandon. Yeah, let's not go that way. Wicked. Right, do the pre-cruise checks now. Let's turn ease off, retract, off, nose is off, wings off. Pressurization. Actually, I've never monitored the pressurization panel once today. But you can see how the outflow valve has moved to the closed position as we climb. The diff pressure's slowly increasing towards the positive range, which you can expect. Cabin rate of climbs around 300-400 feet per minute. Cabin altitude again is increasing as well, so it's as expected. It's configured as we needed. We leave the seatbelts on. Well, we only got cargo, so that's great. Check's complete. ZZ Bogies, what's the time in the UK? 10 past 11 in the evening. Quite a late one here, but it gave the opportunity for some guys in Florida or East Coast America to watch a sensible time. Simon, brake fan, fantastic. Very good. Pop that off. Put a little bit of nice background music on. Rate of climb is stupendous on this thing. I mean, I've got 25 tons of cargo. If I was empty, I mean, we'd be pushing 5,500–6,000 feet per minute. But as I've stressed, with the coronavirus, COVID-19, which has been a nice escape actually this stream here, but to mention, we had such light loads when we've been flying. You know, takeoff weights of 50 tons, typical. I'm getting up to 41,000 feet, 12 minutes, 13 minutes. So this is not unrealistic. This aircraft has quite good range. You can put a lot more fuel on board, a lot more cargo as well. Mara popped the gear down in the cruise to cool down the brakes. That would work. Might not be the most efficient way of doing things. Our routing today is really nice as well. Unfortunately, it's 9 because I'm running about 25 minutes later than I should, so it's a shame. Charts here because I wanted to show you. Going all the way over Key West. Which was a flight we've actually done in a DC-3, funny enough. Oh, I can't see it. Damn it. I wish it was just half an hour before. I think it's position 1. There we go, keeps the nav lights on. Where's my sellotape reel? It's about time. Auto padding. I don't know where it is. Oh, I know it's in the kitchen because I was actually wrapping a parcel earlier. Oh, I'll have to do it manually. Jeremy, did you see there's a new Avitab beta? It's in the en route charts too. I had no idea, Jeremy. I'll keep a look at that. Kit My Cat, do you have to do things differently when climbing that fast? Not at all. Just maintain a close eye on the pressurization system. I mean, it is possible you could outclimb the speed at which it pressurizes, but as long as you don't exceed your diff pressure, which I've never seen. I've climbed up to 41,000 feet in 10 minutes. There's no limitation at all. Plainly, cool sight in real life. Flew to Cuba once descending over the Keys. That's awesome. Yeah, it's just a bit too late for that, but now I have all the scenery installed. I'm going to do some more flights. I'll keep an eye out on VATSIM for events in Florida. Oliver, have you ever considered trying a space shuttle type landing? Not sure for any real good sims for it though. Flight Sim makes a great sim, but it's on iPhones only. I haven't tried that. I don't think it would be the most realistic one. I have played Kerbal Space Program. It's been a really enjoyable stream so far though. Really enjoyable. Pilot Triz, quick question, why? What do you prefer, prepared or X-Plane? X-Plane 11 for sure. I've never actually tried prepared once. I know they have some fantastic aircraft there, very complete models. PMDG, is it Flight Labs 320? I think they're probably the best, as in switch pushing and system implementation. But what it does lack is a sort of comprehensive flight model system, which X-Plane 11 has. So it wrecks really well in dynamic weather conditions, whereas prepared's a little bit stagnant, let's say, in that area. And with aircraft like this available, iniBuilds, you've got real high quality payload aircraft now. Zebo models, we stress, but I sound like a broken record, you know, saying the same thing all the time, but I know some of you and you. Actually, this flight plan, or SID, takes us right over the highway to Key West. That's so bizarre. I guess it's correct. So Johnsy 2. Oh, no, I'm on it, but flight plan. So across the next 30, climbing up at 0.79 now, pretty fast. Bogies is a short flight, reasonably short, hour 20, slightly longer than the first sector, enough for me to, I'll have a quick break when we reach top of climb, guys. I've been set out 3 hours, 10 minutes. Must be amazing flying to that sunset, I know. A couple of aircraft on VATSIM as well, let me see one ahead there. Actually very close. Actually, oh no, that's the Southwest that took off ahead of us. It's also probably going to Cancun. I forgot that you could do this in X-Plane. Yeah, that's us and that's him. Oh, that would look so good during the day, guys, as well, the scenery. But for the sake of realism, we'll fly lifetime, and I don't want to pause and change the time. Rocco 66, I hope you're making a Tupolev video someday. I don't know if you're aware, Rocky 66, you're probably aware, we have streamed the Tupolev 2 or 3 times. So if you type in YouTube search Tupolev flight deck to sim, or Tu-154, the Felis Tu-154, you'll see we've taken it out for a spin a few times. That is one heck of an aircraft to learn to fly. The portable gamer High Flight Sim, I have to thank you for encouraging me to get into Zebo and start flying proper flight plans in ILS. First VATSIM flight next week, fantastic. Best of luck, portable gamer. If you guys are new to simming and perhaps want to try out VATSIM, you probably saw on the first sector how great it is and how immersive it is. VATSIM are actually hosting an event on Sunday, which is worthwhile. So I guess it's called the First Wings event or something like that. It's designed for people who are perhaps wanting to try VATSIM for the first time.
50,
the controllers will be
40,
taking a lot more extra
30,
time to help
20,
you guys out there.
10.
So it's worthwhile checking out. Approaching our cruise level 340. Thanks a lot, Moen, for the £2, Captain. Operations have been on. They need you to go and check the ID numbers on the cargo ULD in the hold. They may have loaded the wrong ones in Miami. Thank you very much, Moen. Now, Moen is the one who made the scenery. Made the livery for this aircraft. What have you done? Is this a little surprise? Where's Mariana chuckling in the background? Right, so we reached top of cruise. Top of climb, sorry. Let's just have a look at where top of descent is. Right, it's still a while away. It's not even on there. We're in 240 miles, great. So let's have a little look. We'll do a little bit of a cabin tour, actually. I mean, there's all these switches back here. These the switches don't work, but all these needles are modelled. So there's like backups to the APU, but it all works. I was having a look yesterday. No trouble. I I'm just showing them the cockpit of the iniBuilds A300. But I am going to see. I mean, you just see the quality of this thing. It's just mega. Right. Yeah, have a look at that, Mr. McSpooks. I think it'll be quite helpful for you. Right. So we've got. Where am I looking? What? Baron is saying, look up. Yeah. What? Oh, it's in the cargo hold. This week on the back. I'm in the cargo in the seat here. Apparently, there's a little surprise here. Oh look, we've got a toilet. Very good. Very realistic flooring. I'll shut the door there for the toilet. It's in the cargo hold, said Moen. Alright, let's go. So we've got alpaca cargo boxes. I think we can turn some lighting on in here. If you've just joined the stream, I was mentioning earlier, all of this is modelled. You can control the cargo door here. Ah, there we are. Cargo compartment area lighting's on here. I saw the alpaca cargo badge, which is cool. What else am I... Yep, turn on the lights. Oh, Havana Centre's online. Oh, excellent. I haven't been pinged though. Don't open the door. No, I'm not going to do that, Boz.
How can you not see it?
What am I looking at? What? Show me.
Keep looking.
Keep looking. Chicken? Oh no. I only just realised. Oh, for goodness sake. Ah, staring right at it. Unbelievable. Carrying chickens on board, guys. No, that is a little reference to my first ever job in my life, which was selling chickens at a supermarket. I'm looking at the floor because I'm ashamed. No, not at all. It was actually a very good job and one that taught me a lot of vital life skills. So, 100% great first job. Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations. Unbelievable. But yeah, nice little model here. All the doors are modelled. You can open them up. Well, obviously not now, but I'll show you when we get down. Under the wing. Right, let me just lock the flight deck door. I don't want any chickens coming in. Oh, for goodness sake! The registration is chicken. Didn't mean to. Unbelievable. T-chicken. Lovely. Thanks. Right, let's have a look at the VATSIM map then, because apparently Havana Centre's online. And excellent to get a bit of YTC. So it's probably another 5 minutes till we get in. So what I'm going to do, guys, I am going to take a quick 5-10 minute break, because I have been sat down here continuously for the stream. But guys, a couple of things to shout out. You have got 40 minutes, guys, to grab the iniBuilds A300 with a 10% discount. They're doing a promotion for the duration of this stream here. Don't forget to use the discount code ALPACA in the checkout to be able to get that discount for this stream. Again, massive thanks to iniBuilds for allowing that promotion, and GFace100, my member, for doing that as well. As ever, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, subscribe as well to stay up to date with the latest content. I'm going to have a quick break, get myself a drink, and I'll be back with you for the rest of the flight very shortly. Thanks a lot, guys. we're back. Thanks, guys. Just realised that there's that 7-3 right ahead of us. He's at the same altitude, I think. Got a few aircraft joining us. 9 Alpha Kilo, 1612. Southwest ahead of us is an Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha behind us as well. That's cool. Havana Centre online, I've noticed, but I haven't had any ping yet. I think that's 124550, so I'll put that on standby. Slonks, when are we landing? That's an excellent question because I don't even know how to find that out in the ND. We've got 368 miles to the top of descent. Do we have set forecast? Ooh, did do that on the first sector. Put a set forecast winds in them. Just discovered that. Yeah, of course. 24:29, so half midnight UK time, so an hour, but I should think I'll get a slight shortcut because there's the full arrival, so I'd say 55 minutes from now. The music's too loud, bro. Sorry, guys. How's that? What's your favourite airport in Italy? Do quite a few flights to Italy. Roma, Pisa, Milano. I went to Venice, Maine for the first time a few months back in the end of summer. I really enjoyed that flight. So you should notice, I think, guys, the latency is much better. So I'll wait for a comment to pop up there. There you go, Domino Mosina. Straight away, you probably already answered the question, but I was not watching. How do you enjoy airbusing in the A300? I'd be interested to know how long it took me to answer that, Domino Mosina, because I've decreased latency, and how the quality of the stream is, because I had a bit of play with the settings there. I love airbusing the A300 Domino Mosina. It's my by far my favourite Airbus. By far. Absolutely love this aircraft. Kick my cat, the latency. Oh, you can actually, yeah, you're very clever. So you can actually see what it is. 10 seconds, that's perfect. Where do you turn on some cockpit lights in the A300 at night, says Randy LaHaye. So you've got dome lighting on here, which I've got on here, but off. I don't actually know how to turn up the lighting for the lights on this panel. Not 100% sure. I generally, when I'm simming, leave the dome light on, so it sort of illuminates all the lighting for you there. You've got individual instrument lighting here for each pilot on the left hand side, so you can see the cockpit instrument lighting. There's a map look. Lighting up here really well modeled. I don't know if that's a movable light, I'm not sure. But we generally don't use that now because, like in our real service, we get the EFB, so there's no point having the light on there. Falcon Lovers, how old are you? I'm in my very early 30s. Right click on the video stats for nerds. Thanks, Keep My Cat. Are there any good news for airlines, Walking Dog? Not at all. And I know a lot of you guys here might be either in flight training or considering flight training, but you know, I'm a very optimistic person, of course, but I just cannot say for sure. Well, no, sorry, what am I about? I can say for certain it is not a good time to start flight training right now. The British Airline Pilots Association, BALPA, the UK Pilots Union, put out a pretty stark message today. They released a video. If you type in BALPA on YouTube and check out the video released today, it was quite surprising they said that, but I mean, it was good they did. I think they needed someone like official to say that, but just to say that, guys, if you're considering becoming a pilot right now, just delay it, continue on a different career at this stage. And if I was in that position where I was thinking of flight training, it's a bit of a pill to swallow, but yeah, it's just not great. I'll put it in perspective here. I don't go into too much detail, and I always have to say thank you so much, guys, for respecting my privacy with my employer. They are, as I've said before, they're well aware of what I do, and stream, they give me full grace and permission to do it, and they always have, which is great. But personally, I'm part-time now, and we have significant blocks of unpaid leave this winter. Now, am I complaining? Not at all. As I've said many times before, I'm so happy just to have a job. I still have a job, especially as I'm quite a new captain as well. I've only been a captain nearly for 2 years, which is still relatively new. So it could have easily have perhaps been demoted or something like that. But I've been very lucky. I'm at my home base. We've moved house recently. I'm home with Mariana. It's great. So I'm very, very lucky. And we have the stream and the channel, which I'm very, very grateful for, especially now. But as I've said, I do not find this a chore. I absolutely love this. When I started planning the Airbus A300 stream at the beginning of the week, the guys on Discord, the members on the firm, I was like, right, I've got the scenery for Miami, I've got all that installed on Monday, I did the test line there, and I genuinely enjoy it. So, and then finally doing the stream today, I always put a lot of effort preparing for the streams to make sure they run smoothly as well, so it's great to have all that. Anyway, let's not deject too much. Skate JH, where's your home base? Commonly asked question. I again don't disclose that. I am based in the UK. That's as far as I'll let you know. Right, there is it Havana Centre? 12455. Don't actually know who they are. Approaching. Move the MD here. Oh, it's really annoying because the Spotify music player keeps popping up every time I move my mouse up there. Okay. Oh, I don't think I can move it anyway. Yes, Havana, perfect. Thanks, Andy. Havana said very good evening, Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform. Maintaining flight level 340 and we're approaching Kanoa.
Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform. Havana said 3433.
Squawk 3433, Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform. So,
Havana Center, good evening, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, flight level 360 inbound Kanoa.
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
Squawk set.
Havana Center, squawk 3416.
Say again the squawk, please.
3416, 3416.
Excellent. Let's top a cent. Around 160 miles away, so I will. We won't get shot in the foot this time. Let's actually do the descent briefing in good time. At least the nav as well. Let's do this in good time here, so we can actually have a little bit look at more in detail in the descent there, because it was so busy going into Miami. I didn't really have much of a chance to brief the approach and explain what I was doing. I was sort of just doing it here, but with no ATC expected.
Alpaca 4 Charlie Hotel Havana, you copy?
4 Charlie Hotel, was that? 4 Charlie uniform. So this now again. So quiet now.
I'm sorry, Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform, do you copy?
Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform, sorry, say again?
Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform, with our contact flight level 340, correction, time to cross no sat at flight level 220.
Red identified, and we'll plan. Could you say the constraint again, please? Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform.
Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform, no problem. It's at no sat at flight level 220.
Plan to cross no sat at 220. Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform. Thank you. Perfect. So there's no sat. 220. Oops. No. My error. I forgot I'm not on in a Boeing anymore.
Cross no sat, flight level 220.
Cross no sat, flight level 220.
Press that
Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha.
at 220. At the moment it's at or below 200. So he wants it to be at 220, so let's just put 220. There we go. Cool. How's our top of descent looking then now? So yeah, around 160 miles still. Let's start planning our arrival. Tommy is still first leg, nope, on the second sector. Let's have a look here. So MOUN Cancun. Nosat 1 Bravo. Approach is going to be the ILS 4, 1-2 left. There we go. I would like to try something a bit more exciting than a localizer or a non-precision approach, but I've never actually tested it, so I just chose to do ILSs today, so apologies for being boring. We need to do some more exciting flights. It's been a while. But we've done loads of them. We've done one of my most popular videos has got a lot of hits recently is the flight we did into Paro in Bhutan in the Zibo mod. That was the hardest approach I've ever flown. I probably ever will fly. It was crazy how difficult that was. Worth again shouting out massive thanks to Windsock Simulations. This scenery into Cancun is also Flight Sim FS Sim Studios, I think it was, but they also gave me a copy for the stream, so thanks a lot for that. That's available in the Explain.org store. It's $22. We'll see the scenery later, albeit dark, but we'll do another stream from here for sure in the future. Right, so here's the NOSAT restriction. The guy... hold on. Did I put that in the right place? Oops, thanks guys. I've just realised I put it in at the wrong altitude. No wonder it's... I was thinking it was incorrect. So let's just update that there. I was just testing you. Hatcho. Right, we'll put Hatcho back in 200 180. It's beautifully made FMC. It works. Now how do I put both in? That's the question. Well, let's put the 200 or below. Below 200. So I put the other one in, it seems to delete it. Speed's 250. Well, that's the important one, is the 200. And then NOSAT 220 below. That's below 220. See if I can put 200 in again. Fortunately not. I don't know how, guys, to put both restrictions in, or if it's at all possible. But again, we'll comply with the restriction he gave us, which should be at below 220 return. So you got 220 and 200, and actually that's fine. NOSAT, sorry. Max speed's 280 and NOSAT as well. So 280, 220. So that's set. Let's step through the rest of those waypoints, make sure we're happy. So we'll pop that down here, pop out the ND, move that to plan, mode change, wicked. So NOSAT, we've got the restrictions in. Hatcho is 200. Or below, that checks. We then have AMPUS below 14,000, that checks. We then have max 220 knots at or above 8,000 at upper November 500, which checks. We then have 522 to be at or above 6,000. We've got 6420, that's fine. 515 is at above 5,000, it is. And then Erdam is to be at 3,000. And then from Erdam onwards, we maintain 3,000 feet, which is all coded, all the way to Ridug. Now, again, unlikely we'd go all the way out there. Very similar to the approach we flew into Miami. We'd expect a shortcut, or more like a 10-mile final, but that's the expected routing, and it is all programmed and correct. From Ridug, there it is, mandatory 3,000, takes us to Upper November 505, which is on the extended centre line, 528, and then 529. No displayed navigate. Okay, not sure what that means. And then we intercept the ILS at 529, up in November 529, which is here 3,000. That's checked. It's all looking good. We can now set up the ILS. So starting at the top here, frequency is 110.7. So being an Airbus, it automatically tunes the courses and VORs for you. But you can do it manually. You just need to make sure you switch this to VOR, and then it enables manual tuning of the VOR frequency. So there you go, it's come up alive now. But I think if you just leave it in nav, it automatically tunes the most applicable en route nav aid for you, which is an Airbus trick. It doesn't do that on the 7.3. Well, it does for position updates, but not for anything else. So we've got 110.7 tune, course is 125. A really neat trick is this: you can press this button and it tunes the reciprocal. So if you have a runway change, you can just push that button, which is really cool.
40.
Thanks
30,
Blind Eye for the €5
20,
after sim crash
10.
8. Oh, and reading log and fixing the problem. I'll have a beer now on flight deck.
After sim crash 8 and reading log and fixing the problem, I will have a beer now on flight. Deck have also one on me, it's Corona beer.
Thank you very much, Blind Eye 1995. A very apt beer for the current climate we're living in. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to hear about your multiple sim crashes. I'm not a fan of installing multiple cloud textures and plugins. I like to keep things simple. I just have the plugins I need and I know that works. I know there's some more fancy settings, but I find the more I try and do, the more it breaks it. If you're interested in the plugins I have, use the command ! Plugins, and hopefully might have a bit more of a stable sim, because right now my sim's working beautifully, touch wood, but maybe major changes. But thank you very much, Blind Eye, and I'm glad you're in the flight deck with us now. As Listerman said, cheers anyway. Cool, so ILS is tuned. Mandatory bit of 1400 feet at up November 532, that's a 4.3 miles off the Indian November Charlie Papa. Decision height is 229, so we'll set that up here. Put that to 230. And the decision altitude, they call it MD, I think in the FMS, is 250. Take off approach, 250. We're going to go flap full again, 30-40. The approach is 140. I think it's already defaults to that anyway. Landing weight's 122, just below max landing weight. There's all our speeds. So go around. Those go around flap attractions are so cool. I'm not going to do one today unless I have to, but I think you just basically go around thrust and gives you all the guidance you need, I hope. So that's it. Approach chart wise. Pappies you have on the left. Missed approach is turn left, continue climbing to the missed approach to holding pattern at Atmos at 3,000 feet. So there's a left turn to Atmos. Cool. Landing runway 12 left then. Normally runway 2,800 metres, plan to vacate at Alpha 3. I'm going to use the full flap setting, set auto brake now. I'm going to use low. I know, don't forget to put the gear to the off position and then you can set the auto brake. I found that out the other day. So use low and then we can brake manually as required. And I'm going to plan actually to park in front of Terminal 2. There's a nice little welcome to Cancun sign, so we'll park there. Imagine that's where the garden is. And that's it. Check's complete. They have an accurate landing performance calculator, unfortunately. But that's all good and ready to go. We'll push this button.
For top of descent.
For me again.
We're expecting top of descent to about 12 miles.
So 80 miles, that's our top of descent. Good.
Okay, back in now for descent up out of discretion.
Ruben, with all those plugins and Microsoft Flight Simulator running at the same time, Flight Deck Sim just might have to upgrade his PC. I will do at some point, Ruben. It's my specs at the bottom. What are we getting here? Getting 45, 50 FPS. it's not bad. Microsoft Flight Simulator I run at high end, and it's for GA. It's fine. So I might keep on it for a bit longer, but I will invest in a new PC or new bits of it. Not too distant future. Keep telling me the graphics card I have is a good, solid graphics card. I know there's newer ones. Dave Cat 1458 European Squawk code question on Sim. Was flying German sectors often get code to 1000 as soon as others fly at the same time? Is that done in real one? If yes, why? Not sure, Dave Cat, if that's a German procedure. It's been a long time since I've flown. I'm guessing that's VFR. There's all sorts. You can get listening squawks now in the UK if you're flying close to an airport that's controlled. 2000 is if you're just bombing around. Or what? That's for IFR. That's 2000. What is it? It's 1200. There's all different codes. But it's been such a long time since I've flown GA. I'm not too sure, I'm afraid. How long do you reckon before considering flight training? It's been a long time dream of mine. Just as I was getting there, this happened. Who knows, Giancarlo? Who knows? No one knows. If there's a cure found, coronavirus, and things pick up rapidly next year, you could say you can start flight training in a year's time, 6 months. But the problem is a lot of people lost their jobs, and the market is saturated with experienced pilots who are out of a job at the moment. I mean, I think the union was saying that in the UK alone, there's 1,300 pilots, qualified airline pilots, they at least have a license to allow them to fly, who are out of a job looking for a job. I think in Europe alone it was 10,000 pilots. I mean, that just says it all, doesn't it?
Alright, down to 150.
So just seen Nightbot give the promotion, want to get 10% off the iniBuilds Airbus A300 this evening. Use the discount code ALPACA at checkout. You have 9 more minutes if you want to grab this aircraft for a 10% off. Which is a big chunk of change. It is expensive, it's DN, I know not everyone can afford it, but it is worth it. It's a heck of an investment. But if you've been watching the stream for the past 3 hours 45 minutes, you'll see why. Probably one of the best payway aircraft available in X-Plane 11. It's up there with the 3G6. It's wicked, and it's their first ever aircraft. Absolutely crazy.
Down to 150.
Oh, there you go, look. Just saying that, iniBuilds has popped in here. We're happy to extend the discount through the end of the stream as a thank you for showcasing it. Oh, iniBuilds, well, there you go. Thanks, guys. I hope you got a few guys involved with the A300, but yeah, in hindsight, I wish I contacted you first. I think one of my members asked if you could get a discount code. I never asked for anything from anyone like that, so thank you very much for doing that for the guys watching, and for the members. Thank you. I'm a bit mad. How could you land a top 3 butter without me watching it live? I know, Tobias, my best ever smoothest landing. I think it was the top 3 ever of all the streams we've done. We've done, what, how many streams now? Over 100. And it was the 3rd butcherest landing I've ever done. Minus 25. Outrageous. I don't think I'll beat that. Tao, would you consider making a Q&A stream for aspiring pilots? Might do, Tao. There's plenty of other people on YouTube doing that, but as you well know, as a member, are you in the Discord, Tao? I forget. I'm so sorry. I get so lost with the members now and who's who and stuff. I try and keep up, but we do. You well know I do Discord streams. You know, I did a Discord stream testing this 2 or 3 days ago, and you can always feel free to answer questions then. Absolutely fine. Of course, we really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the A300. Love it, iniBuilds. And I'm not just saying that because you're here. It's absolutely wicked. Like, it's such a wicked aeroplane. Louis Gomez, are you allowed to listen to music in a sterile cockpit, or is that prohibited by the company? Completely prohibited, Louis. I'm afraid. Well, I say afraid, it's probably not a good idea to listen to music. I was in charge of a 60-70 million pound twin-engine jet. But yes, not allowed. Right, about 50-60 miles from top of descent. Mr. McSpooks, you know that I think I'm a good luck. You always butter when I'm watching. Must be you, Mr. McSpooks. Please come every stream. Domino Mosina, you were talking about overhead panel lighting earlier. You can turn it on using the knob below the ADF on the pedestal.
Unicom 115 display, thank you very much for the excellent service. I'll pack it down over to you. Take care, bye now.
Is that the overhead detector as well? That overhead detector. Ah, thank you. Pop the dome light off. Oh, look at that. That is wicked. Oops, I just turned the wiper on accidentally. Just changing the pressurization system. That's really cool. Thanks a lot, Domino Mosina. Domino Mosina, one of my members, I streamed this to Discord. He pretty much answered all of my pre-existing questions about the A300. Really, really useful. So thanks again, buddy. 2 tons of love. Mine was minus 400 feet per minute into Miami. Oh, I'm just scored too far. Due to a wind gust drop over the threshold, but that was part of the course for Lava International. Yeah, guys, I might have a little look at the active sky settings because I don't seem to have any turbulence effects in the sim at the moment. It seems to be very docile, which is a shame. I used to have it. I don't know what I've changed. I've definitely got the wind. The wind and effective crosswind is definitely there, but I'll have to play with it later. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, seem to be having issues with the aircraft reloading and stuff, but when I do multiple sectors in the sim, I don't ever shut X-Plane 11. Like, if you ever change any aircraft settings, I always like to restart the sim. But the iniBuilds is one of the few aircraft where you can just basically do multiple sectors. I've not shut X-Plane 11 down since the start of the stream. You'll see on the replay how long the timer is. And when I did the test sector yesterday, I had to go in and out of the house, and I didn't shut X-Plane 11 down once. And by the time I finished doing the second sector testing, the X-Plane was running for 7 hours, flawless, no problem at all.
No problem.
Thank you very much, Anthony Murphy, for the €20. It should ping up any second. It now speaks. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, buddy.
30, 20, 10.
Hey Captain, glad to catch the end of the stream. Keep missing them due to work, but always catch up with the videos.
Thanks, man.
Recently bought MS-2020, so hope to join in on a members group flight soon. Best flight sim channel by far.
Oh, that's wicked, Anthony Murphy. Thank you very much for your generous 20 years. Very, very kind of you, sir. Keep missing them due to work. Recently bought Flight Sim 2020, so hope to join on a members group flight soon. Best flight sim channel. Thank you very much. So, Anthony, I don't know if you've noticed, we've got the group flight tomorrow. Obviously, it's a members-only group flight, so I hope you can jump on that. We haven't done any members group flights in Flight Sim 2020, but what I am doing now is every 3 to 4 weeks, we'll be doing those kind of community flights. That was really good fun, that stream we did on Tuesday. We tried to fly into a crater on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Really enjoyable, let some steam off, have a bit of fun in the game, and makes a break from doing this, but I still really enjoy it. So thanks a lot, buddy. So, CRT screen, approaching top of descent, 20 miles to go, headwinds all day.
3443 in the box, I'm afraid of a bracket.
Andy M71, you're using Zebra tonight, no issues with multi-sector, never has been. Oh, where's the, someone said this is the light for the MC. Ah, thank you. I was wondering where that was. Lighting in this aircraft is absolutely spectacular.
Negative, plan to cross north.
Jeremy, Zebra A300 for member group flight tomorrow. I'll take the Zebra. Well, it's up to you, I might ask you guys. So I'd quite like to take the Zebra on the group flights. Mr. McSpooks, you saw some lightning, did you? Actually, let's have a little look at the weather. iniBuilds, I know, are updating this. There is a system which fetches ATIS, but I don't think it's working with Active Sky at the moment, but I think they will be updating it soon. We'll try it. But I know someone said that iniBuilds are aware of this. Yeah, I think if you've got Active Sky installed, it doesn't work. I think they're working with Active Sky to rectify that. Anyway, I'll tell you what the weather is from the Meta. Star problem?
I don't know what runway they're landing right now.
Oh, 1-2 left, buddy. So looking at the weather in Cancun, 7 statute mile visibility, that's not that great. Scattered clouds. Light winds though, it's not too bad, it was better than it was yesterday. It was CBs yesterday. iniBuilds Active Sky compatibility will be coming in the next update, fantastic. Thanks, Lost Trucker. It was your comment which made me see about the MCP. Turn the MCP lighting up. It's really cool. Dustink, how do you get the VATSIM traffic to show on the map? I think that's just default of X-Plane now. When you talk about this, look, you can see all the VATSIM traffic. It's really cool. It could be interesting if we start the network without ATC. There's a nice little conga line here.
10.
Oh, look, there's weather depicted here as well. Thanks a lot, Andy M71.
Can't make the group flight tomorrow due to work, so this is my group flight tonight. Remember to take loads of holding fuel for the Alpacalypse.
Oh, very well done, Microsoft Jeanette, for saying that. Thank you very much, Andy M71. I remember you saying on Discord you couldn't make the next group flight, so really sorry. I hope you enjoy your day at work at least anyway. But yeah, we'll make sure to keep the guys sweating on VATSIM. They both respective controlling areas know where they're coming, so it'll be great fun to be involved with that. 2 tons of love. No weather radar at the moment. Yeah, it's not working, as iniBuilds have just said. I think they're fixing it on the next update. So it is modelled, and I have it on, for example. I haven't really been using it much, so at this point here we should have the tilt at -1, really looking down, but it's not working. But yeah, I mean, everything else is just... It's probably one of the best payware cockpits I've ever seen. It's really nice. Oops, too busy natting, look. Approaching top of descent there. Let's request descent. And Havana Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform request descent.
Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform descent flight level 220.
Descent flight level 220 Alpaca 4 Charlie uniform. So you can see, look, because we're past top of descent, it's automatically reducing thrust to remove energy, sort of like an energy compensation mode. The 7.3 has that as well. I think we do that. We push profile. Oops, not profile. I tap this once. There we are. Oops, I think it might already do it. But yeah, you got it, guys. Top percent chance. And Toby's flight to stream at 1 AM in the morning. I know it's just past midnight in the UK. Good morning to all my UK viewers if they're still watching. It's very, very late to stream for us guys, but it gives the guys who are around this part of the world to watch live a chance to watch it live.
Southwest 596, radar service is terminated. Montreal, come good day. Good day, Southwest 596.
So about 1,000 feet high on profile. I guess in profile mode again. Not really looks up too much, but it will probably make an attempt to recapture the profile. I believe this blue line could be our target descent speed. It's saying more drag. Love that little message here. So that's the same as the 7.3. Put the speed brake out so we can get back to our descent target speed. How I find out what my descent target speed is, I'm not 100% sure. Only 300 feet high on profile now. That's coming in quite nicely. Stay that speed brake. Whoops. It's actually adding thrust already. A bit of a premature more drag message. Yeah, because I think our descent speed, target speed was like 285 knots, I think. We've not quickly got up there again. Two tons of love looking at ordering dinner a Friday night shortly. Most of the US East Coast is now online. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I just chose this sector. I think it would be pretty cool. But it was great that the guys on Jacksonville all came online at once. In hindsight, I should have given them a heads up there. But we've got a nice little conga line leaving from Miami. But yeah, you can see the whole of the East Coast.
Turning off course, flying in 155.
But for me, it's sort of like being at work anyway. Sometimes I'm landing at 1 in the morning, so it's just working from home. More drag. So it should be okay. Slightly below profile and slightly lower speeds. Not sure what the message means, but we're all on track for our restriction.
Alpaca for Charlie uniform, radar service system, maintain Unicom tonight.
Unicom 122.8, thanks to the ATC Alpaca for Charlie uniform. Good evening. Cool. Well, we'll stick on 22.8, and we'll probably have to do some sort of coordination here with the other traffic. Commander Jenna Hofen, why is the rudder input line on? It isn't. I'll show you what happens if it is on.
Stop rudder input.
does that. Now, I don't exactly know why that's there. I've got a funny feeling that the A300 was involved in a serious incident, and I think it was the one quite soon after 9/11 where the rudder was blown off the A300 because they pumped it or something in wind shear. They installed this system, I think. I'm not 100% sure that. That's me kind of half guessing. But yeah, basically it's to stop you from pumping the rudder, and I guess it gets very cross at you and says no more rudder inputs. So there you go. Cool. So reaching NOSAT 280 to be below 220. And a very brief level segment, I think. So we'll apply with that. So, that been a very nice late night stream, to be fair. Jude Willoughby, yeah, I think a similar thing happened on the early NGs. Yeah, the rudder on the 7.3, you know, there's no fly-by-wire. Actually, is there fly-by-wire with this? No, I don't think it is. I mean, it's still conventional in the sense that you know, the control column is directly linked to a hydraulic actuator controlling flight controls on like the 320, but the 7.3 is exactly that. There's no inputs. You go full left, full right. The rudder is huge. It's going to move just as quick as you make those inputs. So you start bumping it, you could damage that very easily. Are you going to fly the TOTUS A340 once it comes out? Absolutely. A Sim 737 pilot. What aircraft are you going to fly on the group flight? Well, I would have flown the Zebo, but someone suggested the A300. I'll have a think about it. I'm thinking Zebo because at the moment with the times I have set up, I've only got 15 or 20 minutes from the start of the stream, so, and I haven't tested the most recent version, so I might stick with it. But this is not going to be the last time we're streaming this aircraft, guys. Absolutely not. Right, there's 220. Maintain 280 as the thrust increasing. Now the only thing I want to know is how do I know where I think I was trying to ask for it in my last flight, how do I know when to initiate descent again? Because obviously I can see on the flight plan page 220 at NOSAT, which is still which is where we are now, and then it's hatch shown to be at 200, which is 3 minutes away. How do I know when to initiate descent again? Where's my new efficient profile descent point? David Powell is still live. Absolutely long stream today. A little bit longer than I anticipated, but this aircraft does take some setting up. Prop page, not sure. Yeah, on the prop page you can see at least your deviation from your vertical profile. What's the wind doing here? 245 at 13, nice and light. Hologram, why not get a license to the A300 for real? Well, it's a dying aircraft. I mean, how old is it? Was it 70s? It's a 35-40-year-old aircraft. I don't even know who operates them still. I remember being in Alicante in 2012 and seeing a Monarch A300 then. Damn it, you can't see square out the window. I know, very dark this evening. Dash track light is. No idea what this is. It seems to extend out from Amherst. Don't know what that is. DHL still operating. That's cool. Ah, the blue lines of the missed approach. Got you. Ah, of course. You fool. I even knew that. On the 7.3. There you go. So you see the profile look dropping off now. So I guess there's no heads up to that. As soon as you level, it just initiates descent. That's cool. So on the 7.3 you'd have to push, you have to select a new pitch mode before it initiates descent. If you're in VNAV it would go to auto hold. So crossing hatch at 200 and to be at or above 18,000, what I'm actually going to do is set 14,000, which is the next restriction. See how it behaves itself. That's coded. First A300 signature was actually 1983, so it's actually not as old as I thought. More drag. Sure. Well, that's probably because there's a restriction of speed, isn't it? Oh yeah, look, max 250 knots. So you can see, look, the blue line represents our new target speed. Because we're a little bit late descending. It can't satisfy the 200 restriction at Hatcho and also give you 250 knots. So you just have to help it out, in this case, speed brake. Which is very effective with that. So now we've met the restriction, 200 and 250 knots. Still has more drag. 400 feet high apparently. More drag! So we'll help it out though, it's still 500 feet high. Yeah, it's trying to work out what the target descent speed is as well, so it's 250. It's like a very rudimentary form of VNAV. There it is, coming back again. Love the pop out displays, so nice. Wicked. Don't forget as well, I need to keep mentioning it, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, probably not, but iniBuilds are running a promotion during this stream. If you use the code ALPACA in the checkout right until the end of the stream, which will be in around 20 to 25 minutes, you get 10% off the iniBuilds A300. Worthwhile investment if you ask me. Awesome aircraft. Long stream as well though, there's the 4-hour mark, my goodness, I don't usually push them on this long. Mariana, I did the first sector and I was like, I'm going to go do the next sector, she was like, I thought you'd finished. I was like, no, sorry. Did you hear that? What was that, Mariana? You can hear going, in the background. Wicked, there's the next restriction coming up, 14,000. Oops, we're going to need to set the QNH now. Of course, we're in where the transition altitude is much higher, 2976. Wicked. So the point at which we'll reach 14,000, we'll set the next restriction. Imagine we've got continuous descent, so that's to be going to basically set 3,000 at Erdam. All the way down here. I think that's the way they do it in the US. I completely forgot. I'm actually on that sim. Got an Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha right up the back. Stay on line. Did turn the volume down. 2 tons of love. Is the stream taking away valuable Among Us time? She can't use it because I'm on my PC and the laptop is how I see chat, so that's how I have it all set up. If you have just tuned in, touchdown will be in approximately 15 to 20 minutes. I can't believe I thought that there'd be a bit of sunlight coming into Cancun. I thought with the timings it would be sunset, but the setup at the start and the stream was a slightly delayed start as well, because I was having X-Plane 11 took so long to load in. For me, pressing new flight, start flight, it took 15 minutes for the sim to load. No idea why. It's usually like a minute. I think it was a mixture of the aircraft and the scenery on True Earth. But once it was open, it was the same yesterday, but it wasn't quite as long. But once it's open, it's been working fine. So less drag, more drag. It's having a little bit of a think here. Profile descent. A little bit high again. Just going to keep a close eye on that. We need to be now at Airbus, just past 14,000. So next restriction is up on November 500, 220 knots, at about 8,000 feet. Shame it's night, guys. I'll do some more daytime flying for this beast. Oh yeah, truck. Mario's got a trucker's hat on. Yes, stream we're thinking about doing. Bit of a fun one. Doing the group flight tomorrow. On Sunday, we might. I haven't really discussed it yet, but we're fully locked down. Can't do anything. So we might do a Euro Truck Sim stream for fun on a Sunday, so we'll have a truck quiz, the truck giveaway, truck sim giveaway. We'll see. Topius, if you have less drag, more drag will be more or less drag. Yeah, I'm confused then. So I think we're all going for 1-2 left on that. So. Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha is just behind us, and there's the Southwest as well. So it'll be quite interesting to see how they do this. Because I was planning on taking a shortcut, but I'll sort of see what the traffic ahead is doing, and then plan it so we can slot it behind. Mr. McSmooth's nice, starting brushing up on your gear ratios. Minor issue, the fact that we don't actually have a steering wheel, so I'll have to use my Xbox controller. Profile's just escaping us. So what I'm actually going to do here, it's been at above 8,000, so I'm actually going to switch over to level change, Bug 220. Now, I certainly know from the iniBuilds tutorial where they interviewed the guy from Monarch, the profile mode in the real aircraft couldn't be entirely relied on. It was very basic. It was the first Airbus attempt at VNAV essentially, and it had to revert quite a bit to the basic pitch modes, which is level change. Aircraft is now pitching for a speed with idle thrust and vertical speed, so very similar to the 7.3. So I'm now manually controlling the speed to ensure we get to 220 knots by up at November 500. Storm cloud, great Cancun may be on lockdown, so not much chance of a tequila cocktail at present. Damn it. Right, approaching 10,000, do our post-cruise checks. Turn off lights on, nav, logo 2. Number 2, take off, lights on. It's all set. So where's my iPad, which has my checklist? Oh no, where have I put that? I have to sort of wing it, I think. I'll try. So, carry on down, next restriction. Obviously, level change won't respect the restrictions. So you have to be very careful to make sure it's doing it there. I think Alpaca 3 Kilo, the space is quite nice here. I better just make a little shout out, so we are. And Cancun traffic, Alpaca 4 Charlie, uniform, on the NOS at arrival, inbound to Upper November 522, descending to 3,000 feet. There it is, Cancun. Again, massive thank you to I always forget. I was really trying to call it Windy Sock. It is Windsock Simulations and FS Sim Studios for the Cancun scenery this evening. We'll definitely do. There is the airport. We'll definitely do another flight here during the day. So I'm going to flick over to ILS now. And if I was on my own offline, I'd try and slot in here a little bit earlier for a bit more of a CDA, but our turn on final is very much dictated by what Southwest does ahead of us. Again, it's completely up to him. If he wants to fly the full arrival via Riddoch, no problem, can't stop him. So what I might actually do here is just a requirement at Erdam to be at 3,000, which will leave us very low. So I might disregard that. Because at the moment we're going to reach 3,000 feet just here, which is quite far out. Students love finding work done for the day. May hop back on and take some of that cargo up to Fort Worth from Cancun. Fantastic, yeah, of course. You've got the whole evening still in the US. I'll be going to bed after this. What I'll do, guys, I'll keep an eye out for VATSIM events in Atlanta and Dallas Fort Worth, because I have the scenery there already, and from Cancun it'll be a nice flight. So I think that green dot again, what's that speed? Is that the minimum flaps up speed? I think is the green dot.
Cancun traffic Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha on the northbound arrival, passing uniform November 522, descending 3,000 feet.
There's Southwest, so what we'll do, we'll go out to the point where he's gone out to. I've just stupidly closed off the star chart. So we'll carry on going to Riddoch to be level at 3,000. In fact, restriction. Oh, we're actually a bit high. We're going to struggle to make that restriction to be at 3,000 at Riddoch. In fact, it's just past it. But, get ready to turn final. I'm just going to follow the Southwest. What I might do is self-position on. Yeah, it'll be interesting to know. I'll speak to some guys on Discord how the turbulence is, because I'm sure I'm meant to have a little bit of turbulence. I even had the random turbulence on when I was looking at the settings, but I don't have any. I haven't had it in a sim for a while. Looking good for a CDA though. Southwest has turned at a really decent time. I'm actually a little bit high here, 10 miles.
And the traffic Southwest is 596 on 8 miles final for runway.
That's really nicely done by Southwest. I'll start my turn base link. What has it now? Very shortly. Missed that restriction. What I'm going to do is redirect it up on November 528. That's perfect for him. So, flight plan. Direct. Up on November 528. And there she goes. Take a notch of flaps. We're a little bit fast here. I'm going to maintain 220 knots. And the flaps to be at 15 is 215 knots. So I'm going to bring the speed back to 200. Now back at 4 Charlie uniform, turning base, routing bound to upper November 528. We can now take another notch of flaps. Looking good. Just doing level change. Aircraft's going to pitch to maintain 200 knots. In fact, we'll switch over to vertical speed now. Oh yeah, I need to. There we are. Vertical speed. Set it around 800 feet per minute. Water throttles maintain speed at 200 knots. Bring the speed back to 180 for base, which is the recommended speed for base leg. So about 400 feet per minute. We'll let nav mode turn us onto the localizer. There's the glide zone, really nice continuous descent, that's worked out really well. There's the aircraft turning on the final, so we'll localizer. This is very apt music for arrival, completely unplanned. My oh my. Localizer capture. Runway heading is 125. Oh, look at that. You can just push the button and it does it for me. Right, let's arm glide slope. Glide slope capture, and the missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet, which is set. And we're established. 12-mile final. Really nice. And when guys are on VATSIM properly on Unicom like this evening, it's all timed to perfection. It is perfect. You can join online without ATC. It's great. And Cancun traffic, Alpaca 4 Charlie, uniform established. ILS 12 left at 10 miles. Speeds 180 knots. Let's deliver that butter. What was it? Minus 25 in Miami?
Cancun traffic, Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha, turning base, wireless 12 right.
Oh, he's going for 12 right. Very cool. Simultaneous landing. Yeah, shame we don't have any ATC, but hey ho. So landing checklist, arm speed brake. I've left my iPad somewhere. I have no idea, so I'm sort of winging it here. I'm sort of doing it like we do in the 7.3. So start switch, we don't need to put in continuous. No need to check the recall. Speed brake's hard. Just let gear and flap configuration to come.
Cancun traffic, southwest 596, runway 12, left the gate.
That was wicked. I could have got a bit closer to the southwest guy, but really nicely done by him. So wait until about 5 miles to configure. Oh, we've gone into IMC. Lovely. I hope that's the case. Oh dear. Ah, there we are. Don't do what happened on the last public flight where we flew into Berlin Tegel on the Zebo borders, and I went flew a visual approach sidestep, and then Active Sky threw me in IMC. Very kind of me. But yes, 7 statute miles viz, we should be fine. Actually, you know what? I'm going to configure a bit early because I want to hand fly. So gear down, flaps 2. Put them straight to full. We're not meant to. And we have 140 knots as our final approach speed. So gear unlocked at the moment. 3 greens. Water brake set to low. Fully configured with our flaps. 30 and 40. Checks complete. Right. Here we go. So autopilot button disconnects on the yoke. So I'm going to push that. I'm going to do auto throttle first. So push that. Oops. Let's just match my thrust lever position, which I've confirmed. Clear. And autopilot. I'll be upsetting a lot of the Airbus guys, but it is how they flew this in Monarch. So completely manual now. My aircraft, my thrust. So what's the surface wind or wind doing in sim down? 2 knots. No excuses, guys. I don't know what the wind was in Miami when I got that minus 25, but my speed's got high now. About 5 miles too fast. Now you can't see much of it, guys, but this is the Windsock Simulations Cancun scenery. Very kindly gave me a copy. Do another flight out of here when it's the day. Or certainly set it in the sim to the day. Right, again a bit too fast. It should be doing about 140 knots. It's making very small inputs on the control columns down the flight directors. Was that some modern Airbus dudes still do manual thrust anyway? Oh, cool. It's the only way. Right, speed slowly coming back to our target speed. Getting a little bit long on the glide. Checked. Reaching the minimums 230 DH. Right of centre line. Just looking outside more, less on the instruments. Happy's good. Small trim input there. There's minimums. 3 right, 3 whites tad high. Small correction there.
100.
Check. Close.
5.
Oh, much harder than Miami. Acceptable. Oh no. Right, reverses. Unlocked. They're very slow. There's the green light. Oh dear. Well, from hero to zero. 80 knots. 60 knots. On reverse. Manual braking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cancun. A little bit harder than we expected, but acceptable. That's fine. What happened? Minus 25 to minus 250? Outrageous. Right, reverses are stoked.
Traffic Alpaca 3 Kilo Alpha established, ILS 1 to right.
Speed brakes up, flaps up. Alpaca 4 Charlie, uniform vacated, 1 2 left. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mexico, our first ever time here. Flaps are up. Speed brakes disarmed. Taxi then. We're going to be straight on here, right at Delta. Scenery looks really nice, this one. Retract the landing lights. Taxi and turn off lights on. Here we are. Very good. Fun ride. I'd say it was a good landing. Thanks JR Harley. I agree. It was a good landing. It's probably how it should be done. Right, we'll take the next right here. Now there's a little bit of a bridge here. It's a bit uphill. I tested this. I need a bit of oomph. I don't know if it's as steep as this in real life, but I have to give it a little bit of welly. More than 40% to get up. There we are. Up we go. Look at the attitude indicator. It's about plus 2 degrees. But it does get you up there. Amazing. What an enjoyable stream it has been. Wicked. Ha! Makes a nice change, I know, Andy. Can't always get those butters. I think that's the end of my butter streak as well, because I think I was on a good 9-10 butters in a row. Please go downhill here, look. Lovely. Right, let's get the AP up and running. So trim will reset to 0. How hot did those brakes get? Let's press wheel. Yeah, much cooler, you see, because I use full reverse. You can still see they're getting a little bit hotter, so we'll put the brake fan on. 290, so still heat building up. And when you're taxiing in, if you keep pressing on the brakes, also increase the temperature there, so you kind of don't want to ride the brakes in this aircraft there. Nose line to taxi, thank you. You guys are eagle-eyed, that's for sure. Right, anyway, we'll take the next right onto Bravo. Ah, look, there's a... Oh, look at the fleet here already. There's a Southwest. We've already got some Alpaca Airways passengers here as well as we expand our airline. There's an aircraft landing on 1-2 right as well. Really cool. Thanks, guys, to all of you that joined on VATSIM as well. Really enjoy it when we get a bit more traffic. Shame there's no ATC here, of course, but you guys all really compose yourself. Really nicely well sequenced in here. Fantastic. As I said, the simulation, the scenery in stock simulations from FSSim Studio, about $22 installment. Yeah, nice little airport here. We will stream here, another US stream. I think I'll go to Atlanta or somewhere else. Anyway, what stands we got available? Well, there is a stand over here. And in fact, I'm going to go next to my colleague here, because that's the cargo stand here. I was actually, no, actually, I'm going to go all the way as planned here, where it says Cancun, so you can see the sign. Marcus, where can I get the Alpaca livery? I'm sure someone else in chat will help you out there. In fact, I'm here. Let me type it in chat for you. There you go. And that will be for the A300. Anytime I stream an aircraft, I always link the scenery or the livery I'm flying in, which is pretty cool. Right, APU's available. That's all good. And I wanted to park right outside the Welcome to Cancun sign. Oh, Andy, you flew the Alpaca US livery. That's a really nice one as well. Right, we'll take the next right here, which is stand 24. Oops, I was too busy turning things off on the other screen there. What a rubbish turn on stand. look at that. I've just started getting some stutters in the sim. Perfect timing if I was going to get any. Probably down to the fact that I've been running it for so long. Look at that lighting as well. Ooh, don't make me add more thrust. Let's go on the 7.6. It's about the same size. There we are. And we've stopped. Lovely. Right, parking brake is set. APUs are... Oh, it does it all automatically. It's an Airbus. And engine start levers to cut off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cancun with the cooked brakes, 500 degrees. Should probably take the parking brake off. Always got the chocks on. Pop the anti-collision light off as well. There we are. Another successful Alpaca Airways flight. Really, really nice. I can't believe the landing though. I blame the fact it's night time. There we go. So guys, I would love to show you this cargo door is fully animated and controlled. You can load all the stuff up there, play the stream back a couple of hours and at the start as well. You'll see all that there. I don't want to do it because it ruined the replay with all the doors open, unfortunately. There are the strobes on. You guys looking at all the mistakes I'm making. Yes, yes. There you go. Off. But yeah, I'll turn them off because it does ruin the replay there. We've got an Alpaca Airways 7.3 behind us as well, and the other A300 too. Absolutely fantastic, really enjoyable flight. Is that your excuse at work, Andy? Absolutely. And because generally captains fly the sector back, so at late we always land at night. That's why I always have rubbish landings. That's exactly why. Very, very, very nice. Let's have a little look here in the chat. I want to see what you said about the landing. Oh dear. Report to chief pilot emojis, no butter emojis. Proper landing, no problem. You're right, Andy. Thank you. It's a cargo flight anyway. You've got to listen to it. Amazing. Right, well, I think we're going to call that a day. It's been a very long stream. Look at that, 4.5 hours, but it's been worth every single minute. So let's cue the replay music. Turn that one off. I am pro stream it, so there we are. That one. And that one. Oh, helps if I'm in the sim. That one. There we are. Superb. Well done, next plane, for hanging in there for the entire stream. No problems at all. Oh, it's going to be nice. It's going to be very difficult to see that fantastic landing I did. You'd never know. Sim toolkit, bro. See, look at that butter. You know what, isn't that? Oh, yeah, it was a bit of a bounce because the speed race didn't deploy. Yeah, not so great compared to the Miami one. Tobias, that's fantastic. That's your 93rd best landing. Tobias, who records all of my landing rates, 93rd best. Good to know. And it's nice to know at least my top 93 are at least acceptable. Not bad at all. What time we do if we squint? Let's have a look from there. Yeah, Tao would never have known. Oh, just in the touchdown zone though. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Weird down. Right, anyway, let's jump back into the cockpit. I'll give you a nice, lovely wing view for this approach as well, albeit at night time. But guys, thank you very much to everyone that participated in today's live stream. I don't even know where to start. Well, firstly, massive thanks to iniBuilds for providing a discount to everyone that wanted this aircraft today, and thank you very much to GFace 100 for organising that. I didn't even think about sort of those things. I never want to ask, but that's very good of them to have provided discounts for anyone watching. So thanks a lot, guys. It's a fantastic aircraft. And for those of you wondering, well, should I get it or not? I think it's fantastic. One of my put it up there. It's my favourite aircraft I've ever flown. Massive thanks to everyone that could contribute to the stream today, all my members for the continued support as well. Always appreciated. I'll see you for the group flight tomorrow at 5. Thank you very much, Drew. Made us to the $3. Great landing. See, Drew appreciates it. Thank you very much, Drew. I hope you're doing very well, buddy, as well. And last of all, thank you to all my regular subscribers and viewers. Thank you so much. All I ever ask, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. Subscribe if you're new to stay up to date with the latest content. Next public live stream, probably Sunday, might be something a bit different. I haven't decided yet because I am doing something for the members tomorrow. And as ever, stay safe out there in these quite incredible times. And lastly, as well, thank you very much to Windsock Simulations for the Cancun scenery. Not so great that you can't see much of it, but be sure to visit again so you guys can have a look. Stay safe, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye for now.